Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Irvington Planning Board meeting of May 7th, 2025. First, let me introduce everyone. We have Sarah Palermo on the gatekeeping for anybody on Zoom, Ed Maring, the village building inspector, Doug Hahn, the consultant engineer for the village, Marianne Stessage, village attorney, Lori David, and McGillicuddy, I'm Caesar Manfredi, chairman, Mike Smith, and Mike Fuco. All right, the first order of business is we have 3 sets of minutes. We had a special meeting on March 31st that was just pertaining to Varner or Maxine property or 76 North Broadway. That was the minutes for March 31st. Anybody have any questions on those? No questions.
Yes, no, I reviewed them all.
Yeah. Okay, make a motion to approve the minutes of March 31st, 2025.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Okay, the minutes, the normal minutes of March 5th, 2025. Everybody okay with them? Comment? No comment. Make a motion to approve the minutes of March 5th, 2025.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. The planning board meetings of April 2nd, 2025. Anybody have any comment on those minutes? No comments. Make a motion to approve the minutes of April 2nd, 2025.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
And none opposed. Okay, thank you for that. And start with the batting order for this evening. Number 1 is 61 Field Terrace. Number 2 would be 11 Hancock Place. Number 3 is 79 Greenway Drive. Number 4 is 100 North Broadway. That's a special permit. Number 5 is Mercy University, 555 Broadway. Number 6 and 7 is 20 Half Moon Lane and 10 Half. Number 8 is 94 Main Street. Number 9 is 33 Ardsley Avenue West. Number 10 is 34 Station Road. Number 11 is 91 Riverview Road. 12 is 15 Hancock Lane South.
Hendrick?
Hendrick. I said Hendrick. Hendrick Lane South. It's a revision. And number 13 is 2L Rotero Lane. Lucky 13. Number 1. 61 Field Terrace. Sarah, we just thought of something. The nameplates are backwards in the.
It's broadcasting normal.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Good evening, folks. Thank you
Good
for
evening.
seeing us on the early side. This hopefully will be quick. My name is Mike Jacobs. I'm an architect with Jacobs Chang, and we're here for requesting a modification to an approval that you gave us back in September of 2024 for some exterior pavers in the garden at 61 Field Terrace. Happy to share a screen here. Bear with me.
Yeah.
Yep, getting there, sorry. Okay. As you may recall, the approval that was given in September was for, we went sort of through a round of kind of coverage and conversations about coverage. And since the owners have moved in and they're starting to kind of work on installing some of this stuff, they've asked us to make some changes to what we previously were approved for. So in our proposal, basically what we're asking for is there is an approval for a pathway from this portion of the house out to a seating area. There's also an approval for a path between this sort of raised deck to the back door. And what we're asking to do is remove these two areas that are kind of reflected in yellow and relocate them to a path here from the end of the driveway to the back door, and also across the area of the front door to the garden. So that's it. There's no extra, no additional coverage that we're asking for. We're just literally moving one to the other. And then lastly, we're also asking for the inclusion of step lights along these 3 pathways. So along the pathways in the property, there would be a total of 13 downlights planted in the ground. They're no more than 16 inches off the ground. They point down, and I believe the maximum lumens is about 150 per fixture. We received a note from the planning consultant, and there were no additional comments to be addressed from the planning consultant.
Those lights are dark sky compliant.
Yes, sir.
They're on the plan?
They would look a little bit like
Yes.
this.
Okay. Are you wrapped up?
Yes, I'm sorry. Happy to answer questions.
Okay. Doug, I have a note here, and I'm sure it was taken care of. Drainage, all done.
Yeah.
And Mary Ann, they don't have to go back to the ZBA for any of this. Any questions from the board?
No.
No question.
No. No. Sarah, any comment on Zoom?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak and there are no comments in the chat.
Okay. Okay, Mary Ann, we have a resolution.
Yeah. Whereas on August 7th, 2024, Rachel Alkin and Mark Hugelson received site development plan approval to construct a new wood deck and a roof deck and reorganize paved areas for a garden patio at their house at 61 Field Terrace. Whereas in May 2025, the applicants applied for revised site development plan approval to alter the location of the stone walkway shown on the approved site plan and to add dark sky compliant path lighting. And whereas the relocation has no impact on coverage, on engineering reviewed the plans and in the memorandum dated May 5th stated there were no issues with the revision. The planning board held a public hearing on the application on May 7th. It's type 2 action under secret, therefore requires no environmental review. Now therefore be it resolved, planning board grants the application for site development plan approval of the improvements reflected in the drawings entitled the Alkin Wilson Residence. So there's specified, and there's no conditions.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Any questions on the resolution? Make a motion to approve the resolutions as read by. Everybody in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? None opposed. Okay. We're all
Thank you
set.
very much.
Good luck with that, and
Thanks.
see you another time.
Thanks.
Number 2, 11 Hancock Place.
Good evening. My name is
Hold on a
Garcia
second.
Elias.
The other, Sarah, the other fellow didn't sign off.
Issue.
Are you signing off? The
It's-
Oh, he's
They're having-
frozen. It was a quick freeze. We're all set? Oh, now we're not all set.
Here we go.
Hi, good
Before you-
evening.
Yeah, good evening. Go ahead. Identify yourself first.
Yep, my name is Lizette Garcia Elias. I'm a project designer at CGA Studio Architects. I'm representing Darren and Sukena Klein. We are proposing a 4-story elevator to this existing house. It's at the west elevation of the home. The elevator is an interior structure at the basement and the first floor level. And then it will penetrate through the second floor deck and up to the attic level. We had considered locating it in other areas of the house, and that seemed to be the best location for it. At the basement level, the elevator would be located in a room that's currently an unfinished storage space. So we're requesting to finish that existing unfinished space of 610 square feet into a finished exercise room. The current floor area of the home is currently exceeded by 36.2% over the allowable. And we're requesting an additional 5.2%. I'm gonna go ahead and just jump over to the sketch. This is what we're proposing. So as you can see, this is the lower level space, which is currently unfinished. There's a sunroom, so the elevator will penetrate into the existing sunroom. All the openings are existing, so it fit perfectly in the inside of the home, and then up through the deck here and up to the attic space. The existing height of this structure will align with the existing height of the house. The existing height is non-conforming, but we are not exceeding what's currently there. In addition, we had been in front of your board back in 2021, where we had proposed this trellis structure over the existing patio. We are proposing to bring that back. That was previously removed from the drawings so that we can close out the CO for phase 1, but we are bringing it back. The design hasn't changed. Everything is exactly the way we have previously designed it, but we would like to proceed with that now and with this application. In addition, we are proposing a border, a Belgian block border around the existing driveway. This will not exceed coverage. It's going to be within the existing asphalt driveway. It's, you know, strictly aesthetics. One of the comments was that the home is in the view preservation district, but currently the views are very minimal, only from the attic level, and they will not impact the view to the homeowners or to the neighbors. If there are any questions or anything additional you'd like to see, I'm happy to review that.
Bring up the elevation from the front.
The front elevation, sure.
Yeah. Concentrate on the elevator.
Okay, so the elevator is actually in the side of the house. So this is the side elevation here.
All right. My point is that the peak of the elevator is above 35 feet, so by a foot or so. So you're going to need a variance for that.
Okay.
And you'll need a variance for FAR. If you show the elevation from the front of the house, you'll see what I mean about the elevator.
Yeah, I am looking for that elevation.
There,
This is
there.
the rear of the house, but you can see it. You
Yeah.
can see it here.
Okay.
Correct. Yep.
And our landscape architect made a comment about hand digging for the Belgian block because they don't want to disturb the roots too badly. And she said you did that. I just want to get your concurrence that you're taking care of that.
Yes.
That didn't sound too
There was one comment that Han asked, that we asked you as part of his comments, the comparison of FAR to all the neighbors. He asked us to ask the board if you want to see that comparison with all the neighboring properties, if that was necessary.
No, that's not necessary.
Okay.
I just
Right.
want to make sure you're concurring on the root protection. You put the block down.
Yes.
around it.
Yes.
Any comment from the board?
No comment.
No comment.
No comments.
Nothing from the
Sarah, anything from public?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak, and there are no comments in the chat.
Anybody in person would like to speak?
You know
Yeah.
me, my name's Ann Myers. I live on Bertha
Can you
Place.
speak closer to the microphone, please?
My name's Ann Myers.
Down.
I live at 5 Bertha Place. I didn't come for this issue, but it is related to the issue that you are probably not aware, and I know that you very concerned about environmental issues. Talk about water, light, noise. Well, on this property, which will affect the proposal for Mercy College, is a very large white pine that has an eagle's nest in it that now has a baby eagle egret living there. I can show you a picture if you want. I know, and it pains me because this is a neighbor, but this is an environmental issue. Perhaps it exceeds your purview, but I think you need to be aware of this. And construction, my concern is Mercy College, certainly. I don't know the implications of their construction, but this is a nest that was built over a period of probably a year of 2 eagles. And the whole neighborhood has watched the construction of this. And now there is a baby eagle, maybe 2, but I know 1 in this nest. And I don't know what the federal law is, but I think it is entering federal concerns because it's an endangered species. It's a bald eagle. So I ask you to look into this. As much as I'd love to see them do what they'd like to do with their property, but I care about plants and trees and everything else. I do care about this as well. So that's my comment.
Where is this?
It is a large white pine on the border, the southern border of this property, the Sterling property. So it is just south of their curved driveway. I don't know if it's technically on this property or technically on the, I drove by it
It doesn't
today.
matter, just as long as you give the idea where it's located.
Pardon?
As long as I know exactly, well, approximately where it's located. Go ahead, Mike.
But it is, certainly it's on this property. I'm most concerned about the Mercy construction. And it's within 100 yards of the Mercy construction. It's within 50 yards of the Mercy property, which I will address later on. But I can't not be here for that. So,
Okay.
okay, thank you.
Good question.
I was wondering whether the white pine is on any of their drawings.
Oh,
There is a letter, I think, being prepared.
You have to speak to the microphone.
you gotta speak, you have to speak
You
into
have to
the
speak to the microphone for the transcript.
I believe one of the neighbors is preparing a draft letter with regard to Mercy that addresses this issue. I mean, I have a picture on my phone if you'd like to see the nest. But, so I suggest that you maybe consider.
check with our council on that. Yeah, okay, let me check with council first.
I have a question about where on here, like I'd like to know. where
Lizette?
on-
Lizette, do you know of any of this white pine that may be on the property?
I think there's a second one near that. They're very large white
You
pines.
can't talk on the audio. Sorry.
There's probably more than one, but I think there's a very large, there are 2 very large white pines on the south end of this property. And this is
Hold on a
about
second, Ann.
2/3 of the way up
Hold on
in
a
White
second,
Pine.
Ann. Asking me, I forgot your name, the consultant, do you have a site plan that shows the trees?
Yes, let me pull up that particular site plan that shows the trees. The tree is in the front yard. It's not near.
Bring up the site
Any
plan
of-
so we don't have to guess.
Sure, give me one moment.
I am not suggesting that the construction will kill these, eagles, but it will certainly disturb their habitat that's been established in our neighborhood. And they won't come back. Maybe the 2 white pines are indicated. The driveway.
Okay, let's take a look here. This is the driveway. Do you
South.
know exactly where it is? All the trees are labeled, but they're not, it doesn't say which tree. What kind of tree?
Previous site plan might have identified those white pines.
It shows the trees, it doesn't label.
The owner's raising his hand. If you wanna let him in to speak,
They're
he
very
may be
large.
able to clarify this
Right.
for you.
Sarah, let the,
Hi, can people hear me?
yes?
Yep.
Can you see, are you able, you have a,
Yeah, I can see the screen. Lizette, can you scroll further to the left? Yeah, it's this green, this big tree, that one right there. That's the tree.
I mean, I would suggest that you visit the site. You need somebody to point out the nest. It's very large. I'm sure that there would be people happy to do that.
is that the north side of the property?
South side,
South side.
south side.
No, the north side.
That's
It
what
was
I
not the
think
north
it's.
side.
Yeah, it's the north side. Yeah, sorry.
The south side of the curved driveway.
He's got the indicated on the north side.
Yeah,
That's the north side.
That's the south side.
I hate to disagree with you, but
it's the southeast corner of the property.
you see the north-south indicator up in the upper left-hand corner of the plan?
This is the house.
And you see to the left, upper left on the plan, way up on the left,
Far left.
Okay.
way up on the left.
Up.
Yeah, right there. Keep.
Yeah.
You're right, you're right,
See
you're
the
right.
north arrow? Up there.
The light, lights.
Mike, can you?
Anyway, Mike, show.
But this is the driveway, right? This is north,
No,
that is south.
no. Yeah,
Excuse me.
see that?
Yeah.
Been to the site. This is the north side. That arrow says,
No,
I'm
it's
sorry,
not.
this is,
I'm sorry.
okay, you're right.
No, it's
I
not.
take it back. I take it back.
I do have a
Been
question.
there for 45 years, I should know.
Good job. Did you say the bald eagles are endangered?
Pardon?
How did you refer to, you have to be in
All
front of the mic.
eagles are endangered species.
I actually do not believe that they are. They were
They've been
delisted. Not that that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be concerned, but
Well,
for the
protected.
record, they were delisted because it's been a growing population. I knew that from a couple months ago, but I did just look it up. So I just want to make that
Okay.
in the record. Not
I'm not an
suggesting,
expert.
not
I do know
suggesting,
that they're
they
there.
were endangered, but they've been delisted. I'm not suggesting we shouldn't be
They're
concerned.
unusual in Irvington.
Yeah, I'm not, yeah.
There is a bald and golden eagle protection. Don't know what it says. We just know that it's a federal law. Now,
Just from skimming it seems to dictate distances and disturbances, permits that are necessary. You're doing work. You don't need it if I guess, if an eagle lives on your property, but it does talk about construction and noise, and maybe breeding seasons and things.
I just wanted to bring it to your attention because I think it warrants, like
Okay.
any other
Thank you.
environmental issue.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mary Ann? You have an issue with this?
It's not, I don't see, so if you guys see it as an issue, I mean, that's the first I heard.
If we see it as this, I'm not sure.
I mean,
what to do about it.
all my approval deals with, all the resolution I did, down with the elevator shaft. And I don't know that that's close to where the Eagles.
Caesar, can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Suggest that you carry it over to research this till next month.
Well, that's probably not a bad idea to rush through it.
In the
I
meantime,
just want to also point out that it's indeed outside of their property line, by the way. This orange is their property line.
Yeah, but if work you're doing could affect it, so we'll
Just from
at
looking
least
at
look
the-
into that.
Sorry, just from looking at the acts and the regulations, seems to do more, have to do more with the distance of the nest, and doesn't really matter where it's your property or not. I think that's
Yeah,
why
if we're
it,
doing
it makes sense for us to look at it because it could be.
Okay. We will hold this over to the next meeting while we look into it.
Does the owner concede that there's eagle's nest on that corner?
Now you can,
Can you hear me still?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely an eagle's nest in that tree.
And is the only work being contemplated? Is the elevator and what's beneath it, right?
It's from the outside point of view, it's the elevator, it's the pavers on the driveway, and it's the trellis. And then there's some interior work being done, finishing that gym space and a wine room.
So how far would you estimate, and this could be for Lizette too, how far would you estimate either the trellises to the nest or the elevator is to the nest?
Let's see, this scale. This is 40 feet. We are probably, I mean, the elevator is here. The tree is here. We're easily 120 or more feet away.
They're gonna be putting a curb around
Yeah, but it's being hand dug.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that that's.
it. I agree.
The
but that's-
elevator is
Oh,
here
yeah.
and it's being built over an existing deck. There's like no excavating or anything happening, only at the basement, which is interior.
How, does anybody know how high that tree is where the eagles are? Does anybody know the elevation of the tree?
At least 40 or 60.
I can do a Google Maps, see if,
Well, I'm
That
just
is
trying to
cool.
see if when I top out the elevator, it's going to be approximately the same elevation as the top of the tree for the eagles.
If you can still hear me, no, the tree's much taller than my house. It's
Okay.
probably double the height of my house. The eagle nest is not at the top of the tree, but it is higher than the top of my house.
Okay,
No,
is
the other-
this helpful? This
Yeah,
is the,
that's-
this is the tree we're talking about? This is the house.
you got a picture of it?
which tree? Did you point out on the tree?
It's not that, Lizette. It's the tall pine tree behind that tree. I don't know if you can go forward one more. And can you look up or can you not look up? Yeah, it's that tree.
Okay, we'll hold this over.
Well, Caesar, didn't we say that they were going to get a variance?
Well, that's true.
So let's have them.
Well,
let's have
no,
them-
I don't know, because then they'll possibly get a, Mary Ann, could they do that? Or are
I'd
we
love
having
to
a problem
save them
with?
some time.
Yeah, I mean, they could go for the variances and then if they don't get permission, see, the problem with sending somebody for a variance on an, and you make a decision on something else, and then you have conflicting decisions.
that's
But
why
it's
I'm
not,
asking you.
but it's not, it would not be conflicting for them to say, you're over coverage, you've got a variance for the coverage. They still have to satisfy whatever requirements you have. There wouldn't be any.
So they can.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, so they don't. lose more
Ed,
time.
what's the timing on the ZBA, the next,
Deadline's Monday,
so they can conceivably have a ZBA meeting? And then-
before the next meeting, yes.
Before our next meeting and come back with some thoughts on the Eagles. The rapid response team on my left came up with something on a Google search that something like this likely may require Department of Environmental Conservation opinion, thought, approval. So you need to consult with DEC and get something from, get their opinion on this eagle nest.
Let me look into that.
They could do that too. I was gonna look at it. Since I spent 35 years at DEC,
Yeah, but you're telling them to go. It's not clear that they need to. I think we should find out first.
no, I don't know. It's their obligation. Don't they have to prove to us that it's, okay. Council has advised, we'll look into it. Thank you. We'll see you next month.
And it's okay for us to apply for the zoning in the interim.
Yes.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
Number 3, 79 Greenway Drive.
All right, hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Hello, good evening, my name is Luigi Landi, and I'm the project designer for this application. So if I may share my screen, I can walk you through our proposal. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, so our application is to convert the rear enclosed porch into a dining area. It's all existing coverage on the lot. No additional coverage has been proposed on this application. And like I said, our application is mainly to do interior renovations to this existing single family. This is the way it currently is. Just, it's a roofed porch leading out to an existing wood deck. And our proposal is to, again, make it part of the entire house as a dining area, putting windows around it, all the energy efficient windows. And these are the elevations. This will be looking from the back. So again, energy efficient windows to replace the all the screening around. And this is from the other side. We're within the coverage. We're within the FAR. So again, we're not creating additional coverage on this application. Any questions?
I'm sorry, did you mention the dormer?
Yes, we're proposing a dormer. So the dormer, it's on the second floor, will be located in this bedroom. So if we go to the rear elevation, this is what it will look like. Well within the footprint of the existing house.
And he had some question about the bar, and those numbers were straight. The numbers were correct. They were just in the wrong place.
Yes,
The coverage, I wasn't told.
the coverage that they added the porch to the coverage, what was existing coverage.
Oh.
That they did add a stoop next to it, that's an issue. And I talked to the owner yesterday about it. They'll either tuck it in or they'll remove it, the whole staircase.
Any comment from the board?
No comment.
No comment.
Nothing for me.
Is there anything on Zoom?
Nobody is raising their hand to speak and there are no comments in the chat.
We have a resolution.
Whereas in May 2025, Louis Bruto applied for site development plan approval to enclose an existing screened porch and add a dormer at his house at 79 Greenwood Drive, which is located in Field Point. Whereas the Architectural Review Committee of the Field Point Community Association approved the proposed construction. Whereas the proposed construction would require a variance from the zoning board of appeals for coverage. Rahan Engineering reviewed the plans and in a memorandum dated May 5th listed a number of issues of suspicion Suzanne Nolan, the village's landscape consultant, reviewed the plans and in a memorandum dated May 5th, made one recommendation. Planning board held a public hearing on the application on May 7th. Type 2 action on the seeker and therefore requires no environmental review. Now therefore be it resolved that the planning board grants the application for site development plan approval. The improvements reflected in the drawings entitled Interior Renovations to Existing Single-Family Dwelling Located at 79 Green Drive, prepared by Meng Wong, subject to 1, receiving a variance from the ZBA for coverage, and 2, complying with the items and recommendations of Hans and Nolan's May 5th memorandum. Now, are you saying that they're not gonna need the variance? They're gonna redo?
They
the
don't need a
plan?
variance.
So then it's not these drawings, it's being approved.
Well, okay, so they need a variance for.
Say the variance,
Yeah.
and then if it's obviated, then
Yeah.
I think that's better.
You just leave it the way it is.
Okay. That's
Will
it.
said.
That's how it reads.
Any question on the resolution?
No.
Make a motion to approve the resolution as read.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're moving along. This is number 4, T-Mobile, 100 North Broadway. This will be a special permit renewal. Sarah?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep, we got you.
Excellent. Good evening. My name is Michael Sheridan, attorney with Snyder and Snyder, the attorneys for T-Mobile Northeast LLC, in connection with their request for renewal of its special permit for its existing wireless communications facility located at 100 North Broadway. Pursuant to section 224-129 of the village's code, we submitted a certification from T-Mobile confirming that the facility is still in use and necessary to provide T-Mobile services within the village of Irvington. Here tonight to request that you renew the special permit.
You're all wrapped up. Your presentation is concluded.
My presentation is concluded unless you have any questions.
Mary Ann, should we mention the letter from the Center for Municipal Solutions?
It's in my.
Okay, any questions from the board?
No question.
I have none.
And none.
Sarah?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak, and there were no comments in the chat.
In the resolution, you're going to find that there's a review by Mr. Kami, and he does this stuff for municipalities and is recognized as someone who will do an adequate review to see how acceptable. And it's in the resolution. Go ahead, Mary.
Whereas on July 3rd, 2019, the planning board renewed the special use permit and site development plan approval of T-Mobile Northeast for its existing wireless telecommunications services facility, which should be WTSF, on Abbott House, 100 North Broadway. And whereas modifications to the WTSF were approved by the village in or around September 2020 and February 2025 upon the recommendation of the village's WTSF Consultant Center for Municipal Solutions. And whereas section 224-129 of the Irvington zoning code requires that all special permits for wireless facilities be subject to review by the planning board at 5-year intervals to determine whether the technology applicable to wireless facilities generally has changed such that the necessity for the permit at the time of its approval has been eliminated or modified. Whereas in February 2025, T-Mobile applied for renewal of a special permit and supported that request, submitted certification from T-Mobile that the existing facility is still in use and necessary for T-Mobile to provide its services within the village of Irvington, and an FCC compliance report certifying that the existing facility complies with the FCC's rules and regulations regarding radio frequency emission. And whereas the submissions were reviewed by the village's WTSF Consultant Center for Resolutions to recommend special permit be renewed. As it's type 2 action on seeker, therefore requires no environmental review. Now therefore be it resolved. Planning board extends the special permit for another 5-year period, at which time it should be reviewed as required by section 224-129.
Any questions on the resolution?
Yeah, Marianne, we had talked about whether it was possible to renew it for 10,
No, yeah,
but you can't.
under the code, it's gotta be 5
It's gotta be
years.
5, right?
Yeah.
We just asked the question, but, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions on the resolution? Make a motion to approve the resolution as read.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Number 5 on the list is Mercy University, 555 Broadway.
Good evening, Chairperson and Board. My name is Tom Simmons. I'm the Vice President of Operations Facilities at University. With me tonight, I've got Chris Tromatola, who's our design consultant and architect from Alloy Design. Since our appearance for a site plan application last month, we have submitted responses to all the letters from Han and the landscape architect. And additionally, we have prepared tonight, and also we prepared an affidavit for myself defining the use and planned uses of the building and the need to outline some of the questions you had asked.
I have a question. You said you reviewed our comments. There were several comments from the public. I assume
Yes.
Sarah gave you copies of those letters.
That's correct. We have, they were part of our response. And tonight we prepared a short presentation, not all the detail that we showed last time, to go through some different pieces. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chris.
Good evening, board.
There is a microphone on the table if it's easier.
Oh, it's all right. I got a pointer here, and as long as this works, let's see. All right, it does. I will be running through the plans mostly for addressing the comments. We didn't, as Tom mentioned, we didn't add in every plan that we had last time, but we have that information if it call it back. As you can see here, we have the existing campus of Mercy as it currently stands, and the work that we're proposing here is a revitalization of the E&F lots towards the left of the screen and the blue building there, which is the new Mercy Fieldhouse as proposed. This includes some site work over the line into Dobbs Ferry, but the majority of the work is within Irvington. As you can see here, this is just simply to locate the building, to show the location of the proposed building, which rests for the most part over the 3 existing tennis courts. The new building main space contains 3 tennis courts, or the size of 3 tennis courts within that area. So this would be essentially covering the existing use. As proposed, we have shown the majority of all of the building's use open to the south, which is towards campus, with a modest facade on the north, including a substantial screening, not only against the building on the north facade, but also along Hudson Road West, which has been added since the last meeting. Here are some elevations of the building. As you can see on the south side, which is on the upper side of the screen at the moment, we have more accessible locations. That's where the front door of the building is, accessible panels that open up from the court side onto the southern plaza, while on the north side, other than an emergency access on the left from the support space, there are no access points or windows, just a clerestory that runs along the top there, and a few sconces along the brick piers. Here is the north, the east and west facades, which you can see are a traditional gable. We are 3/12, so not an extremely steep roof, but fit with the not only the surrounding standard residential style, but also within the campus. Here is the full section of the campus from east to west. All the way on the right is Broadway, and the entrance gardens. The green lines represent the area where the field house is, and all the way on the left, we have the train tracks and the river, and you can see the drastic grade change that's there. Each one of those lines is about 10 feet. This is the north-south section. So on the left, we have Hudson Road West. On the right, we have the parking lot that separates the Irvington and Dobbs Ferry portion of Mercy campus. And in the center, obviously, is the proposed field house. As requested during the last meeting, the photometrics of the sconces on the north side were discussed. And it's a little hard to see on the screen here, but right about 15 feet from the building facade, it's all zeros, and these are all dark sky compliant sconces, as you can see on the left. Additionally, one point was the additional views that were requested, wireframe views from various points. Given the topography, we took the most visible portions from each area and actually measured on site to get the wireframe views at these four locations. So first is at the aqueduct, looking straight directly west. We have the building here, rendered as would be proposed, and with vegetation. And I should note here that the vegetation that we show here is at a standard 5-year growth. It's not immediately at planting, but it's also not a 20-year growth. So we want it to be fair to show a lighter planting than fully established, but given plant availability, we're not sure what size that it would be exactly. This is at the intersection of the OCA and Hudson Road West. Sit there. And with vegetation. This is at the intersection, as you can see, of Hudson Road and Clifton. Sorry, I was blanking on that for a second.
That's site number 3.
This is site 3. So we're looking directly south, correct? This is the visibility here with vegetation. This is the additional planting that we were showing along this edge. And this is back on Clifton, probably about 150 feet. You can see the building distance there. Vegetation, again, certain placement of the plants and the height of those proposed plants are at a 5-year growth, but not as fully established.
That's site 4.
That was view 4, right? So we did the 4 views
I
there.
don't think the pictures had the numbers on them.
It was up at the top there, at the top
Oh,
left.
okay.
Yeah, each one had at the view.
Right.
And now as we move down to the E and F parking lots below, we have 2 existing parking structures that are divided by a 5-foot elevation change and no vehicular access and very limited pedestrian access between the 2 areas. They have a mix of active recreation on them with handball and basketball, but are mostly used for overflow parking. These are some photos of those 2 areas, and just for whatever reason to emphasize the division between the 2 lots, there's a hedge and some cherry trees. So what we're proposing here is to link these 2 parking lots with an access road to make a loop there for a more efficient parking layout while adding additional green space. So it's a win-win for both increasing the safety of the parking lots as well as providing more green space, more vegetation, adding tree islands within the board to reduce heat island, and to provide passive recreational space. As you can see, we added a basketball court to the top left, which has majestic views out to the Hudson Valley.
And a couple other things that we thought we would address and get out in front of tonight, Caesar, were the things that I heard as themes from the public's comments last time and some of the conversations Seth had with Marianne also. So we were asked on a couple fronts. One, there was concerns about the massing of the building. There was concerns about the trees and the number of trees. There was some concerns about twigs, which I guess I've learned is the name of the eagles that live in the nest. And lastly was just, did we look at any other locations? So I thought we'd show you what we looked at and the logic of why we chose the site we did, and be open to hear what you think of our thought process on that. So there was 3 spots, and again, these are just conceptual. They aren't full designs by any means. We didn't spend a lot of time, fully designing the building and the massing, all that. But where's the green arrow?
Just the red, although it's not going to work on the screen there.
Well, the one in the middle is what we had picked, right, as the site location. The other site across from there is where our current softball field is. And right to the left of that is where we took the bubble down. When we took the single bubble piece down, this new building wouldn't fit in that area. So I considered putting it in the softball area, and we also considered it down along the waterfront behind Verrazano. And we've got a little details on each of those. This is what we ended up thinking was the best solution, where the building is proposed right now. The activity on the front of it, as Chris alluded to, the rear elevation of it that faces the homes over there is very, doesn't have exposure open with glass and those type of things. Most of the activity was happening on the front side coming to the quad. And as you heard, we were going to fix some of the issues we had with the parking on the E and F lot, which is important to us. I will mention to you, we've only got, I think, 1,050 parking spots. And as we work with Dobbs Ferry and others on projects we have approved, we really haven't been able to add any parking anywhere. So it's important that we try to think about how that parking works for us. The one for the putting it where the softball field is currently, the idea is we might have to relocate that over in what we would consider the grass area, the Forever Wild area that some of the occupants are asking us on that flat zone that's by the other areas there. I didn't think personally people would be open to that, but I'm willing to listen to that.
Can you start that again? I'm sorry.
So this location, putting it where the softball field
Is that the purple one? Or the
Yes.
blue one?
Yes, is the softball field is there.
Okay.
And then we were thinking we would have to relocate the softball field
Yes,
to put
okay.
that there. And there's a natural flat area over in that area behind the gardens we had done. And
Yeah.
somewhere, and it could actually shift where the courts are also, but there's all those trees there. So I personally just thought that might be a tough push with the neighborhoods or pieces like that of putting that kind of activity there. Some of the people that talked to me said, well, let's have conversations about that because maybe that's not a bad solution. The other one, I'm going the wrong way. The other one thinks about, instead of, the idea of the riverfront of being a prime area for us and the views of that is putting this field house down on the end of the property towards there and actually, creating a traditional green quad between that and the back of Verrazano. Keep in mind that grade drops drastically as it goes back there. One of the advantages of this would be the view of the building and the activity looking out over the water. So that has some different things. But in order to do that, I was thinking I would move the parking and leave some of the open courts that are there now. And as some of you might know, we currently have the vehicular interconnection road goes in front of Verrazano, our administration building. And it also is where people walk as pedestrians. So there's a lot of conflicts there. So we were thinking if we were going to consider this, we would try to put that inner connector road off of our loop to service those buildings, which your fire folks and everything require for us to do, without going out onto Hudson Road West. And think about some parking there that we would lose with the building and trying to keep either a tennis court or move the basketball court there. When I spoke with some of the APOA board leaders the other day, they asked to have a meeting with me and talk about it. When I just mentioned this, I didn't show them the plan, but I mentioned it in my mind, what I was saying, they said the same thing. Let's talk about that because we think that's a lot of a better solution. It might be a better solution because of the massing and the number of trees that might have to come down in the other plan. So we haven't thought these through other than that level of detail, but I think it was incumbent on us to get out in front of this and just show you that conceptually we thought about some other spots. And where we ultimately ended up with this plan, which I think does certain things well, as we're hearing the concern of the massing of the height of it and the number of trees that might have to change to do that could be addressed differently in some of those other site configurations. So I think with that, we'll open it back to if you have any questions of us. That's the end of our presentation. And we're open to any questions you might have.
The alternate sites was, oh. The alternate sites was one of the significant questions and issues. So let me just ask the board here on the alternate sites only, and then I'll go through all this stuff. Lori, regarding the alternate sites.
I like the site by the waterfront of quite a bit. I'm not sure how that one could work out, and I'd be curious to hear what the neighborhood thinks, but knowing the campus, I do think that kind of moves it away from the neighborhood. So maybe it's a potential. I mean, I will say the front of the building that you're showing here is very attractive, and I understand why you're facing it towards campus, but it leaves the neighbors looking at a relatively unappealing building. And I totally get the sighting. And I think you're being too generous with the plantings you're showing. So in my mind, I'm taking a lot of those leaves away. I know that you're not trying to fool us, but I just think you're being too generous with those, and it's not going to look so appealing from the neighborhood side, and that's why I like maybe getting it towards the waterfront. And I think having the people who are visiting the field house would take advantage of those views would be nice.
I find the riverfront type of location more desirable than the others. However, I was thinking adjacent to the baseball field itself, if you could squeeze it in there. I don't know logistically if that's possible, parking.
Where the old bubble came down from?
Yes.
Yeah, that it doesn't fit in that footprint.
It doesn't, okay.
Yeah, and the roads we put a lot of dollars in those roads and infrastructure with Dobbs Ferry when we built the dorm and fire truck clearances and all that. So we're kind of looked at that at first, Chris and I did.
I tend to agree with Lori and borrow your term. Let's talk about it, or let you talk about it and show us why you can't go there. It's some, I know you said it's a steep slope. That a total negative.
No, I think what I was saying is, and again, we just looked at this quickly, is we would have to think about the parking and those other pieces going up to some of the current zone we were looking at. And when I spoke with some of the OPOA people real quickly, they weren't committal. They said, well, that could be possible. Let's talk about those things. Don't just.
So if it's possible, let's not eliminate it yet.
Okay.
Mike Smith.
Yes, so
We could show
putting
all
it,
three. Want to put
putting
all
it
three?
by the waterfront.
Yeah.
with, that's over the existing basketball court and or the parking lot, right?
Correct.
And so that would be basically eliminated,
Yes.
those parking lots in the basketball court. So
Half the parking lot. So that's why we only moved half of it, we would think. And again, it's just conceptual. We didn't count numbers.
So to what extent, and this is your planning, not mine. I know a long time ago, I was on college campus.
Right.
I lived at the basketball, the outdoor court as well as the indoor. So the question that I had is, how much use do you think that that court gets so that you might have to put that court somewhere else, or do you think you would just eliminate that court?
Our thought is where the single tennis court in the yellow box there, when we did this originally, it might be one racket court left and a basketball court.
So where you're showing new parking and next to it,
Yeah,
basketball court.
basketball and maybe one tennis or something like that. It's about the size of that. That's what I was thinking.
I'm just looking to see what what the student body.
They use
might be
that.
interested.
They use basketball. Sometimes the community plays a lot of basketball. I would say more than students sometimes, but a lot of time it's just people taking shots. And there's a handball wall down there
I was
where
just gonna ask about
quite a few people. So we would try to get those pieces up in that area.
A long time ago, before we built the court at Scenic, we occasionally would use your.
Yeah. You see quite a few people down.
We just called you crazy.
Now, how many have you, how many parkings, because parking is I know a problem.
Right.
Been there when it's been difficult to find a place to park on campus. So, any idea how many spots you're losing by moving, like where you have new parking in the red?
We're not quite sure that the red is sufficient to recapture what is lost by blue building as shown in this diagram. But the goal would be to stay even with parking, with replacing parking up in the red area here.
Another thing it does is that our goal is to, the day and age of big sheet draining, big gigantic parking lots in the middle of somewhere is gone, as you develop. So we know clearly we're going to have to start putting smaller parking pieces in different areas. We thought in this scheme, if people see it as palatable for parking there, it's in a different way because it would be parking for different things. It could be parking for staff during the day. There's ways you could look at it to beautify that and to limit the tree loss in certain things. So we don't want to have the they were mentioning the Eagles. I kept on thinking of the Giants, right? I'm a Giants guy, not that, but we don't want to have a big parking lot at a football stadium parking lot in the middle of the campus for a lot of reasons. So that helps with that.
And you're right about drainage. The drainage situation changes with what you're doing.
And that's part of what we were proposing to do with that E and F lot is the drainage and we've had to do filtration and stuff.
So I just have one more.
Go ahead, Mike Smith.
Remind me why the one closest to the waterfront was discounted. I'm not saying that I probably might come to the same conclusion as you had about wanting to put it where you originally proposed until you heard from the community, but I'm just wondering why you initially thought that was not.
Because I thought trying to put a building in the footprint of the 3 courts where that existed right now with the trees around it would be seen as an okay use of that area that, I didn't know we would get as much opposition on the massing because of the height you need with the racquetball pieces and that. So I thought it was a good way to get a piece there with still preserving the green space and the nature of what was there. And I didn't think people might be open to parking or different pieces there. The other day, I was led to possibly believe that might be the wrong view and that it might be considered.
There's also a couple other challenges with the location here. If you can see my mouse there, of locating it down here. One being topography. From the base of Verrazano, you're going down about 25 feet to where we're showing the building right now. And so just what I'm talking aesthetics only at the moment, the appearance of the building, you'd be staring mostly at the roof, right? And so how to best create this new quad became its own challenge and can be prohibitively expensive to deal with that amount of grade change. And we didn't want to just have this beautiful manor estate have the windows and patio look out to a standing seam metal roof. So that was one challenge. The other piece that we saw more as an opportunity was locating it here. The center of campus and the most activity is here already. And so spreading it out here, I'm not saying it's a no-go, but we're now stretching out the center of activities to now have two hubs instead of concentrating that student activity around one.
Mike Bufuco,
Well, that was my main question.
which,
Well, Mike's final question. The quad, you're saying that is there because of the view from that wherever the building is, Verrazano?
Yes.
To how does it help the view, the quad?
The quad, if the building is here, we would be creating a outdoor room or a new quadrangle for the campus in this location, based on that location, the proposed location of the building.
I guess my question is, what does the quad have to do with the field house?
It's just designating a green lawn zone. Now, we wouldn't, I wouldn't want someone to say to me, well, why don't you put all the parking and a couple basketball courts and everything in there and fit it all in one section and leave that, to me, it's just a traditional planning piece of between buildings, having green space, walkways. You've all been to campuses and it would define that. Also, the train path comes up in the middle of it. There's a lot of big mature trees right in that zone. It could feel pretty good.
And so it sounds like it's more difficult to construct, and you were concerned that this would be problematic to get approved.
Yes.
That's the reason why.
Correct.
So two of the schemes had it up near surrounding the center of campus, and this one was out, kind of at the periphery of campus.
And if you go to the other one too, Chris. So on this one here, I think you all know Main Halls, the gray building on the lower part. Victory is up past it on the right. And the little pavilion we have built is over there. So if it goes in this location, again, you've got two buildings with a green quad between it, and you have your natural kind of campus. So both of these ideas that we played around with, had themes of campus planning on them. And the one we ended up submitting does also where it pulls to the other side of campus on those. So I think all of them were thoughtful. We just didn't, realize or guess we didn't think we'd have as much objection about the massing and the side from the building side. When I had talked with some people earlier, and I know it's just a couple people, when they were asking me about putting a bubble on there, whether I'd be a partner with them if they bought the bubble to put it up or if I bought it. The bubble is actually higher than the building that we're showing now. And those pictures that we masked were really a bit uglier, I thought. And, people, so we thought we had a little more support for that idea and it would do different things. But I think any of them could work, and we're open to learning more about them. But we don't want to dive into them and spend whole lot of time and energy on them if somebody thinks one is not a good solution, or we want to kind of stick with what we had. So we just want to get out in front of that and say we did look at them a couple months ago.
I'm going to put you in a difficult spot.
Yeah.
As between the softball field location and the waterfront location, two bad choices as far as you're concerned. Which is
Not necessarily.
which is, how would you rank those? Like, which is a better of those?
I don't know if I'd pick a horse tonight on that. I think both of them have different positive qualities.
I could see the benefit of being where the softball field is, although you're losing a softball field.
Correct.
But I could see the benefit of it being there.
Yeah, it's right more in the middle of all the activity and all those sorts of things.
Yeah.
But in some ways, as a master plan, it's kind of a shame to have this beautiful riverfront bank with a bunch of cars and all, stuff sitting down there. We've kind of turned our back to the beauty of the Hudson.
Andy used to say, building a parking garage on the river is not the best use of riverfront. Anything else
Can I
on?
ask one question?
Yeah, go ahead.
On the plan where you had it near the river, and with the green space in between, you talked about Verrazano Hall, you would be looking at the roof.
We could change, it. We're gonna think about, if we were gonna do this, we'd change that with grade a little bit and try to maybe change the roof profiles or something like that.
Okay, so it's a problem you'd be able to get around, because I
Yeah,
understand like
we-
Potentially, it's considering the slope coming up from the train path. We can't raise the grade there because we'd be chasing contours and creating maybe an unsafe erosion issue. Plus, we'd have to have hundreds of thousands of cubic yards of earthwork to do that. So we're stuck roughly with the elevation of the parking lot and the distance between, in elevation, as I mentioned, between the parking lot and Verrazano first floor, finished floor, is about 25 feet, which is, if we go back to the elevations, is from floor level to eave, right? Our roof starts at 25 feet, right? So that is the elevation change that we're looking at. So there are things that we can do with the roofing to try and mitigate that, but it's not a slam dunk. I'm not going to say now that it's a slam dunk that we could do it.
And on that side of Verrazano Hall, I've been on the other side, on that side of Verrazano Hall, are there like meeting rooms or whatever that look out at the river?
Some, yes, yes.
Yeah.
And there's
Mostly administrative offices.
And there's a Bluestone Plaza at the back.
But it could, it has potential. We'd have to think about the roof line differently, maybe a flat roof that pitches the other way or something like that, yeah.
So you can't dig down very much to sink the gym a little bit.
We could, although then that would
Give you more.
exacerbate the roof visual, because we'd be looking down further.
Yeah.
If you're ever on the campus and if you look at the turf field that was built,
Mhm.
and how it's raised,
Mhm.
where the rest of the grade used to be able to be down, that's what we would have to consider what we're gonna try to do there and consider on the grade, how you could.
Okay, this is some review comments on what's proposed. Number one, current, doesn't mean we're locking in on that. This is what we think of if that was to be chosen. You showed last time you had a rendering that this rendering is much better. The other rendering was not at all representative of reality. So I'm glad you did the suggestions of pictures and it worked. The planting plan that you show has to be memorialized on the set of plans, and our landscape architect said you did do that.
Didn't do it?
You did.
Did.
And but she's recommended more evergreens.
Yes.
Mostly what you have is,
This is the native deciduous, but
Yeah.
we can add in more evergreens.
and then you have a utility plan. Something you didn't show it tonight, but there's behind the blue building, the number one, is a stormwater system. And there's water and sewer lines going up to the roadway. You need to show those utilities on the same set of plans as the planting, because we don't want trees on top of the stormwater system, or digging a trench where you just planted trees for water and sewer. So those two things need to be avoided. Now, the elevation of the building itself, the northwest corner, you go from 114 to 120 base of the building. You're raising, the building's about 6 feet higher than the natural soil.
The entrance to the
No, the
building,
northwest corner.
on the northwest corner here.
Yeah. You got a lot of fill. You're bringing 112 up to 120.
I believe it's 114 to 120.
114, you're correct. Is there any thought of dropping the building? Because when you figure the height is from the original soil, original grade, not from the 120. Height at that corner of the building is from the 114.
So and I'm going to try and show on the mouse here, the corner here we're filling up. But the elevation of the building all the way around this portion of the building is resting on the elevation of the tennis courts currently.
Yep, and, go ahead.
So the village code is the lowest point of the periphery before or after construction. So your height is actually 7 feet higher than saying it is because we have to take the height from the lowest point of the periphery.
Of the existing grade.
of the existing grade. So that's making your variance much larger. And it's to the ridge, it's from the lowest point to the highest point, excluding chimneys,
So
and
the
things like that.
thought is to lower the building to the 114.
There's an exception for slopes.
But we're not
I don't think
compliant.
you're
Yeah,
there.
no, the slope, yes, but the slope is contingent on it being,
15% for the building envelope, and the building envelope is the whole property. You might have it somewhere.
maybe, but we
You're not
also
working
have to
on,
be,
you're not building on it, but that's what the code says.
from my understanding, we'd also have to be more than 5/12 in slope of roofs. We're not, we're 3/12. If we were 5/12, we'd have a 60-foot building, so.
It's,
Yeah.
it makes the flat roof more compliant, maybe not more advantageous.
We did do a exercise showing a flat roof.
Yeah, no, I get the view line issue.
And
Yeah,
from an aesthetic standpoint,
Yeah, it looks more.
but if you drop it all the way in the ground, maybe, I don't know.
the issue for dropping it further in the ground, one is exiting, the emergency exiting. So we have quite a large space with the courts where we need a series of exit doors. If we're sunk around 90% of the grade, but we're compliant on the only the northwest corner right here, every exit would need to be dug out to be compliant without steps. So
No.
we would be right back to the same
Yeah,
situation.
not to debate it in a public meeting, but if you were using existing grade in the northwest corner, bring it around, you'd have to have a series of walls on your east side and your south side of the building. And change the construction of the building to hold back the retain.
But even on the west side, we're right up into here where we are at elevation. It's only right past, there's only one point right past the fence here.
It's 6
That
feet
dips
though.
down quite quickly. Yes, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's your lowest point, unfortunately. And I mean, you have ADA compliance as well, so it's a challenge.
Yes.
You can discuss that offline with the building inspector. As long as we're on, before we mentioned the trees, and you made a comment that, I think Dobbs Ferry says the caliber of the trees, you have 50%, our code says 100%. It's not influencing the planting plan as far as out, but it's inaccurate in your submittal.
Yes, we'll update that calculation. The calculation also does not.
No, our code says 100%.
Yeah, so we will be compliant on our planting. Right now, that calculation is divided among the two projects where we need to integrate both projects together. We're not counting any of the trees that we're adding at the moment down on the E and F
Yeah.
lot and that. So we will combine that for a separate calculation to be
We're
compliant.
more concerned with how the screening is gonna.
Right.
Someone asked me, regarding the light, your plans for the roof, it's not a solid roof, you have a transparent roof of some sort to let sunlight in?
No, there's a clerestory of CalWall, so it's an opaque material that from the inside of the building will glow a light milky white color when it's.
It will or won't?
It will during daylight when it's hit by daylight, but it's an opaque. You can't see through it. It's not translucent. So that will glow. That surrounds the building on the south and north sides.
It's on the flat elevation.
Not on the roof.
It's not on the roof.
The roof is,
There's no light coming out of the roof.
Just take a look at our light code.
We have a dark sky compliant.
Dark sky compliant law, but it has a very interesting hiccup. If someone feels like glare, it's a problem, so you have to make sure that you do your homework on that.
Okay.
We can go over that offline.
Yep. Sounds good.
Okay, we were thinking of potential of a field visit. Once you further down the road on, if if the blue up here is going to be the site after we talk about it, we would want a field, we would think a field visit would be best. And to install poles to the height of the building so that you can actually see instead of a rendering. This has been done on others, not necessarily here. I think we might have done it in Bridgeview. We had a building state.
Yeah, Bridge Street, we did it, at least one of the first few houses at,
Yeah.
I mean,
Sure, just tell us when you'd like to come. We'd love
It's a
to have you.
significant building and we would want the site visit and something to look at.
Okay.
But let's decide on the site before we start putting poles in.
Okay.
It's conceivable putting the poles on the ground, maybe
Might
part
help.
of the determining factor
I
of
was just gonna
which
say.
site, so maybe that is a good idea to do poles first before that works. And you're aware that you have a special permit, so some of the things that come out of this may become part of the special permit.
Yeah, I mean, I just read through the special permit to see whether there's anything that have to be, conditions that may be imposed on the use of the field house, will just get incorporated in the special permit.
Speaking of the conditions in the field house, I think someone mentioned activities would cease at 11 o'clock.
Yes.
Now, being a tennis player, when I was a tennis player, if you're in the middle of a set, you tend not to want to stop. So how do you plan to do that? And
Well, right now, all our buildings close at 11.
what do you mean by close? The lights go out?
Yeah, we basically lock the doors and except for, in the dorms, the kids are in the dorms. And Victory Hall, we have light night in the gym up there. So I would tell you, Caesar, to go up there with your tennis ball and your thing and bounce it against the wall for the last little bit, because we have like open gym up there and like different things. The computer labs are open later. We have one building that has late night activity, and that's up in Victory. So after 11, I think that stays open till 2. And it has open gym for those kind of things and all that. So no, I think we would treat this like all the other buildings, the library building, our union building, they all close at 11.
And event potential. We talked about that. There's no permanent seating in this building.
Correct.
And we may get involved in the special permit in terms of limiting the events that may happen at this building, because late night parking, especially overflow parking onto Hudson, we certainly wouldn't want that.
Yeah.
Someone parking on Hudson instead of parking where you can't park on the campus and walking up.
And we have taken the floor plate, and Chris and I have worked on it. It's designed from a mechanical and fixture count in the bathrooms for 1,000 occupants max. So the square footage of it could have more than that if it was, just standing room, but we're using it at a 20 square foot of things, so it's not overly dense. And I think that helps us. As a college right now, we have 2 spaces that can hold 670, I think, or 660. So this gives us an opportunity to have a little bit of a bigger space if we have like an open house activity when parents and students come and you just set up little tables for people to walk around and inquire about things, those type of things. So those are the kind of, pinning ceremony for the nursing people that might need that, and their parents come, like little things like that, but not anything, we're not.
And
gonna
there's
put
already a
commencement.
condition in the special permit that they can't, either students or faculty or invitees can park on Hudson Road West. It's already in the special permit. Versus responsible for enforcement.
But you mentioned, you said 1,000, will accommodate 1,000. Is that 1,000 in addition to what already on the campus someplace else?
No, that's the occupancy that would be posted for.
Yeah, but with those people in there,
No,
are they
I-
currently accommodated someplace else on campus?
Yes. I mean, I'm not you if you come to play tennis. There might be a certain percentage of people if they come from the community to do something, but you know, we're at about 80% of our capacity we were pre-pandemic. So it's growing back and a lot more, it's more competition with traditional age students coming back to college. So these kind of activity spaces and they're trying to make your place sticky and activities they can do are mostly during the day. And I don't foresee a whole lot of a different population coming to use this. It's more, we had 2 gyms, as I wrote in my affidavit. They were both undersized. We renovated one and we see this as a second piece. So in this day and age, you can't have everything just about athletics. There's a lot of rec stuff. There's yoga, there's stretching, team, you know, we have a female dance group called the Divas that are like 15 people that practice and dance and do songs. So it's just a multi-use thing. So we're not putting fixed seats in it. It's not a gymnasium. It's a true field house.
So those 1,000 people are not, none of them, well, probably none of them are new people. I'm going there because I'm interested in possible new traffic.
Yeah,
And-
I
and
would
you-
say the majority not. I think that over the summer, we have a lot less activity and the camps and pieces like that. Some of the conversations Ardsley Country Club had with me were about tennis use over the winter months. Is what they were looking at when we have those type of things. But I don't foresee, you know, we're at about, you know, 45. Our biggest point was maybe 5,300 students on that campus. And that's what we see kind of staying there.
Yeah, that I was concerned about generating new traffic. And you do submit the 6-month
Yeah.
traffic report to us.
Yes.
You'll be keeping an eye on it.
You know, one of the things we noticed, just to let you know on traffic, because we do all this great analysis for you in Dobbs Ferry, is the world of Ubers and people getting dropped off by other vehicles is really escalated. Number of cars we have come in, drop somebody and go right back off, that kind of thing. So, you know, we're trying to address single occupancy vehicles, trying to push mass transportation and those type of things. So our counts that we just submitted to you are down a little bit.
Yes.
They're about 80% of what we used to have.
Is there any reason for that?
We just think that, you know, from post-pandemic, a lot of people are getting degrees online and different things like that, hybrid, doing all that pieces. But 2 years ago and then this year, we have our largest freshman classes coming back. So it's kind of rebounding back for in-person. There's a little bit of backlash of Zooming in your room by yourself in your slippers and all that. I think people are starting to look for something different as a traditional freshman experience.
By the way, it just popped in my head. I meant to say it initially. You did a great job on the sidewalk coming up from the train station.
Well, thank you.
All right, I'll open up the whole, whatever you want to ask to the board here, then we'll go to the public.
I don't have anything to ask. I just want to thank you for a very thorough presentation, really helpful graphics, and what I deem as a very communal approach and a good neighbor. And, you know, I run across that aqueduct all the time. There's a bathroom I use on your campus. The door's always open. So I think you do demonstrate being good neighbors, and I really appreciate that.
Dan,
No further questions, thank you.
Mike Smith, and nothing further. Mike Bufugo,
Nothing for me.
Sarah, anything on Zoom?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak, and there were no comments in the chat.
Anybody sitting in the room who'd like to comment?
Hi, everyone. I'm Mike Roberts. I live on 1 Hudson Road West, right across the street from Mercy. I was happy to hear some of the things that Tom said tonight. I'm here speaking as a neighbor, as a member of the APOA board, and generally as a resident of Irvington who uses and enjoys that same aqueduct trail on the open space surrounding it. Again, I'm glad to hear that Tom is hearing what we've been saying and is considering moving the location. My primary thoughts tonight are to echo that virtually everyone we have spoken to from the community who we know knows about this because of what we've shared through the APOA board could not be more vehemently and unanimously opposed to the original proposal in its original location. The impacts both for noise and views are very extreme relative to what we see as the benefit to Mercy. Again, also relative to the fact that this is not the only possible place to put this, and that there are alternatives that could achieve Mercy's goals and the goals of the neighborhood to not be disturbed by what is unquestionably a very large building. As you all know, the Irvington Code sets forth the site plan design and development principles in acting on applications. And those include that any proposed development will harmoniously and satisfactorily fit in with contiguous land and buildings in adjacent neighborhoods. If you've not already done so, and Caesar, thank you for recommending a field visit, I would suggest that you all go stand on the Aqueduct Trail immediately east of where this proposed site is going to be and look down at the Hudson River, which again, many of you, including Mercy, have echoed is a beautiful view of the Hudson River. And picture what that will look like when you have a 40+ story field house in the way, completely blocking views of that river. And from that same vantage point, you can see how several houses, not mine actually, but several others that are much closer to where this would be looking directly at it. And I know that's something that everyone in this room cares about, because we also were just discussing 2 minutes ago how the proposed new location would impact views from Verrazano Hall, which is about the same distance, maybe a little closer than several houses on the other side of Hudson Road West. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not close
For the
enough.
transcript.
No transcript?
It's for the transcript.
Oh, for the transcript.
Put the microphone on, or filtered.
Better. As stated in the letter I submitted ahead of last month's meeting, the area is zoned for single-family residential for a reason. And it is also the responsibility of the planning board to take that into account. And doing so, the board must weigh the benefit of approving this plan against the harm it will cause. Again, I'm not going to argue the reasons why Mercy may want this. Clearly, this is going to be of a benefit to them. They would not have invested what they already have in pre-development and would want to foot the bill for constructing this if it were not to their benefit. Again, I think though that what is in the balance is the harm that this would cause to the neighboring community. There are several in the community who no way, no how do not want anything anywhere and do not want Mercy to build anything, no matter where it is or no matter, how minimal an impact it could have. There are others of us who recognize that we need to be good neighbors. We want to be good neighbors to Mercy, as we recognize they want to be to us, and that there are alternatives that could work better both for Mercy and for the community. We just on Monday, me and 2 other board members met with Tom over Zoom to discuss that. We're in the very nascent stages of those conversations. We are willing to entertain several other things, especially because the current proposal, although maybe if you put a softball field even closer, would probably be worse and would not be received well, it is definitely the worst possible option for us. And again, not just for us who live so close to this, but really for every resident of Irvington who uses that Aqueduct Trail. And I think the only reason that there has not been more vocal opposition from others outside this neighborhood is simply because a lot of people, unless they're following the planning board meetings, just don't know about it. And I think that those complaints would become much more vocal as more and more people become aware of what the initial proposal is. I frankly think that something could be worked out further down by the parking area showed in red there. That is not my decision alone. That's something that we need to discuss further with Tom and discuss what that would mean in terms of potentially putting other things in other places. We by no means are okay with parking where there's a blue square right now, but we are open to a conversation. We've really just begun that process. So I think primarily I would ask the board to give us the time to do that and explore that. But ultimately that this board really only approve a plan that this community is comfortable with and that works both for the community and thank you.
So before you leave,
sorry.
I want to push back on a couple of things.
Sure.
Okay, because you have and this is some of the principles I guide myself by, whether it's Mercy College or a private homeowner. It's a private property owner who is looking to use their property the best way they can. And it happens to be that there are a few houses along Hudson where when they bought abutting the university, knowing
Go ahead.
that what that university is across the street. And so the mere fact that they want to develop something on this piece of property, and it may obstruct the views looking, I'm going to push back on the river view in a minute, but when they look out of their house and they're going to see a building, if there's no other alternative for that building, and I'm talking about a good alternative, they're going to weigh the alternatives, and I appreciate that. But if that was the only place to put that building, then we'd be facing the neighbors and the university having a conflict, and we would have to resolve that, right? Fortunately, there are some other places that we might be able to look at. I walk the aqueduct all the time. And frankly, I don't see that being an obstruction of river views. I just don't. I look down, and so I walk along that neighborhood, and I never understood that comment. I understand other reasons why that this location may not be desirable. I have no idea whether the neighbors would prefer having parking there, but I do recognize that if the field house goes down by the waterfront, you got to find parking somewhere. So whether it's for people coming, for even the people off campus who are coming to use the field house. So I'm hoping that there is also the flexibility on the part of the surrounding homeowners on whether there is, if an alternative location is feasible, that something is going to be where the current tennis courts are. I mean, I have to think that.
Yeah, thank you. Lot to respond to there. So first of all, again, this is not just about the 3 or 4 houses that would be looking right at this. The river views are part of it, but it is also really just the view in general of how a 40+ foot building in that location. And again, I'm not thrilled with parking there, but you're talking about significantly lower height impacts the views and what that does to that open space and what that does to those views from the aqueduct. And while the river view is not this wide, expansive, thing from there, you are really, again, chipping away at something which I know from experience this board cares very deeply about, which is views from the aqueduct trail and how individual homeowners doing very, very minor things to their property get scrutinized and those forced to be changed by this board all the time because of those perceived impacts, regardless of how large or small they are. And unquestionably, any of those as it relates to a single residential family home pales in comparison to the scope of this project and the blockage, whether it's of river or just adversely affecting aesthetics from that open space. It's a very large difference. As it relates to, these people bought these homes next to a university knowing this was there. This isn't being presented to this board as an as of right project. People across the street, myself included, looked at this very carefully and one saw that this board protected this neighborhood before when there was a prior proposal by Mercy, which would have really changed the nature of how that looked and had a very adverse impact on the neighborhood. And 2, that it would have, because this was zoned for single family residential, it was never an as of right thing that Mercy could step in and build some large structure. Unlikely they were going to turn it into single family homes, but the zoning law is that protection. And it is the job of this board and the zoning board precisely to weigh those pros and cons. Now, if this were a field hospital and this were the only place to put it, completely different analysis of what the benefit is to the person who wants to put it there relative to the harm to the neighborhood and people that use an open space. But one, we have alternatives. They may not be as good and there may be other issues with them, but there are alternatives. And again, the benefit of this in use as it exists now, Mercy has lived without this field house for quite some time. Again, I don't want to get into the benefit to Mercy because I don't think it's necessary to question that. There's certainly benefit, but this is not a life and death structure that's being put in place, and there is real harm to the community, and I think there are alternatives. But we can't really assess that relative to other compromises that the neighborhood or surrounding community would be willing to make, because we've just not had the opportunity yet to flesh out with Mercy, you know, what would be required if they were to move.
Well, I just want to, one point, Mike, I purposely walked on that aqueduct and searched endlessly for the view of the Hudson River. It was a sliver of a view between two trees, but I'm not sure I agree with you that it's as important, because I just don't see.
I think the river view is honestly besides the point. Unquestionably, picture a 40 plus foot building there, and what that does to the open space, whether the degree to which you can see the river or not.
Lori made a good point when she said, you know, from the street, even though there's screening and you're showing 5-year growth, and so there's 5 years before it even gets to the limited screening that we see. It's relatively a nondescript building, a wall that you're looking at from Hudson and the other street. So that is a consideration. Mike Bufuco.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's clear that while some of the decisions that we get to make have a subjective component to it, we're still following the zoning laws and rules that exist, and we can't just go completely on what the town is coming, right? That we have to go by what they're allowed to do. So my question to Marianne is actually, could something be built on those tennis courts as of right without needing to come to us, given their special
Well,
permit?
you can't do anything in Irvington without coming to the planning board. You can't add 2 feet to your deck. Yeah, sure.
But right, but without
But Mike, I think you're getting to a different point, which is this, that when he said, you're right, single family are permitted use. So are schools. Schools are a permitted use in the residential district. Churches are a permitted use in the residential district. They're called special permit uses, not because they're not conforming, but just because there's special requirements, special parking requirements, because the uses are different. It's just as conforming a use as a single family.
So the difference is when someone comes with a house, they might need to come get a building permit, but they're under the code, something they're allowed to do, right? They come and say, we don't need a variance anywhere, and everything applies, and they get a building permit. In this situation, they are asking for some variances. If they could come in front of us with another structure in the same place that doesn't require any variances, or they're completely within our code and their special permit, that changes what we're talking about right now, because then we're no longer trying to decide whether or not they can have a, leave like that it's a 40-foot building, but they are now not violating anything. There is no.
My guess is that even if this building weren't quite as tall, if it were just the limit, if the limit's 35 feet, that you're still going to have the same opposition, because they don't want it. People don't want a field house.
Right, but then whether or not.
So you're going to have to review anything they do there, short of putting up a fence or something, only because planning board has to review everything that goes on in the village. Any kind of construction.
You seem to be getting at that it's not within the purview of the board to make this decision for certain, just to a certain degree. And, again, it is the exact purpose of this board to make sure, even if it was zoning compliant, that it's harmonious with the surrounding area. And, again, you add 2 feet to a deck, and you have to come before this board and show, is this going to impact other neighbors? Is there going to be other issues with it from a building department?
Right, but we've in the past, we've had people in front of us and want to build a house on a lot, or a 1-story house that exists, they want to tear down, build a 2-story house. We've had that multiple times. Neighbors come out, they don't like it, but they're allowed to do it. And so
They're allowed to do it, but you may require that home builder to come back innumerable times and say, we don't like this. We don't think this goes with the neighborhood. We don't think this gels for whatever aesthetic reasons that don't specifically speak to a body of the zoning law or building code. You make those decisions all the time and require change.
We require changes, and I don't recall outright denying anything.
But you don't deny because you make people change and then they change to do what you want so that you then approve.
I think the Mercy people are willing to explore change. And we'll take a look at what to change. The downside is, you got 3 sites. You fix one thing by moving it and create 2 new problems. I'm not sure that's, a ball field and a parking field. I don't know if that's worse than looking at a partially screened building. That has to be, we'll have to look down that road a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, again, from the perspective of the neighborhood and where I sit, it would be much better for us if they replace the old softball field. I don't honestly think Mercy should have to do that. I think, and this is not me speaking for a PO or the whole neighborhood, but I want to work something out that works for us and works for them. And I think that that's achievable.
In all honesty, the universities are competing for admissions. Admissions universally are down. You have to be attractive.
I agree.
When I went to school, I didn't see my school until I arrived with my suitcase. Today kids go today 9 different schools before and it has to be nice. It has to have facilities, right? And facilities like a nice gym work.
I agree.
Anyway, so it is a necessity. I look at it as a necessity, having been somewhat familiar with my own school and their issues, making things look better with a new engineering building instead of what they had. It makes a difference when the kids come around. Didn't make a difference when I went. They still had the World War II shacks for the year. It was awful. But that's when you did. But now you don't do that. Anyway, anything else from the board? Lori?
No, but we might have.
We're gonna have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Here, I might as well stay. Thank you, Mike.
Lower
I
that
won't
mic.
belabor what
Lower
he,
that
I
microphone.
won't belabor what
Just say your
Mike
name.
said, but I agree in a lot of ways.
You have to re-identify yourself
Oh, I'm sorry.
and not drop the microphone.
I'm Ann Myers. I live on Bertha Place. I know Tom. We've spoken many times in the past,
Imagine.
and I won't belabor a lot of these issues, but I wanted to illuminate or give a new perspective. Mike, I agree with you.
Which
It's
Mike?
not, and the board. I agree with you that it's not the Riverview. But is, my first point a month ago was, this is a buffer and a green space that is really almost frames the neighborhood. Just like the green space at Nevis, when they wanted to put a solar field on that beautiful field along Broadway. It changed the whole, it would have changed the whole culture of the village and the neighborhood. It wasn't necessary. It was discussed maybe to put it in another place, which I think in this particular project, there's a lot of, it's worth the time to look into. But when I looked at the rendering that they offered, and I think maybe it was in one of the pictures, looking down the aqueduct, all those beautiful, many, many trees, 30, 40, 50 feet trees that were removed with this big structure. There's nothing attractive about a field house. I'm sorry. It looked like a spaceship that had landed there. And I won't be here, hopefully, well, 20, 30, 40 years from now, but those trees, whatever they plant, will never shield what they put there. Regardless of the height, it's not really the height that's a concern. It's just, unfortunately, an unattractive structure. The other point I wanted to make, I would emphasize the Eagles again, but when I was here last month, it was unclear to me that there was any curricular aspect to this building. And I noticed in their letter, they did mention that they've already spoken with outside groups about using this field house. And I know, as he's mentioned, this is the time of athletics for youth. I mean, there are so many opportunities for young kids, and these field houses offer nonstop 8 to 8 basketball tournaments. I was at one up in Somers this weekend. And so it's not really the curriculum that it's servicing. I think there's a real risk, particularly on the weekend, of added traffic, added activity that I question, and particularly for the neighborhood. I mean, it's the noise and everything. I can only see it, being a negative for the neighborhood in that regard, if it's in this location. I hope that you will consider thinking about replacing, moving it if you agree with it. But I also do question, whether it is the right solution for Mercy and for the neighborhood to continue to be collegial.
Thank you. On the proposed solar project, I think you'll agree that the board did a great job on that application. So you can have faith that we'll continue to do a great job on this application. However it comes out. Tom, I forgot to mention one thing on, you don't have to get up. There's a coverage issue, which you need to, coverage, as well as the height. You need to speak to the building inspector about the numbers. The building inspector doesn't agree with the coverage numbers, and there may be an issue that may also need a variance. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Okay.
It's in your.
Someone's on the.
Leah has her hand raised.
Yeah.
And Longhorn.
Anybody, well, before we go to that, anybody else in the room? Okay, sir.
And you were given permission to comment.
Oh, great. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Sounds
Hey.
like God speaking the way this is set up.
Amazing. All right. Well, that's quite the authority. So this is Alex McLaughlin. I live at 47 Ardsley Avenue West. Spoke last time as well. Also wrote a letter after the last meeting, so hopefully you guys received that. It was submitted through email to the building department. I'll just make my comments brief. I agree with things that Mike Roberts and Ann Myers said. Certainly appreciate the due diligence of looking at other sites with a little bit more thoroughness. Hopefully next time they can have some, more detailed plans for an alternative site. It would also be great, as Ann mentioned, to as part of this application site, somehow memorialize the preservation of this green space between Mercy and Ardsley Park. I think that would go a long way, so we don't have to keep revisiting this like every 5 to 10 years, having the same conversation, because I think the same thing happened about 10 years ago or so. So that would be great that we could somehow cement the preservation of this area as a buffer between the growing university and the neighborhood. I think the noise issue is something that is escalating and is certainly a concern. I think a number of reports to the police have been filed recently based on escalation of noise, especially recently as the weather is getting better. And so that's certainly a concern. And perhaps some soundproofing could go in this building. I don't know if that's like something that can be thought about as an important feature in the actual construction. I'll leave it there, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. If I recollect the letter, you were referencing in the letter, or someone was referencing in the letter, the loudspeakers down at the soccer field. Spirit music, call it. So I'm not sure that that's something we're reviewing now, but it might be an issue when the special permit comes up again. Marianne, is there anything about noise in the special permit? Yeah. Okay.
Caesar, I do think if the field house, there's going to be basketball at the field house. So if there are buzzers and,
Yeah.
Or a PA, there's games, especially at night, basketball buzzers very loud.
I mean, there's a general provision that at no time shall the premises be used in such a manner as to cause injury, offense, noise, or disturbance by noise or otherwise to any of the surrounding properties. And I understand that they're, occasionally they complain to rely on it.
So you're aware of that, and as Mike said, it could be, there's a basketball. Yes, the buzzers, having played a little bit of basketball, the buzzers can be loud. And since there's no provision for seating, so we're not talking 100 people dancing to Macho Man. But,
Tom Simmons again from Mercy. I'll just let you know that the couple comments we got over the last 2 weeks related to the turf field. We had just completed a project there that did new dugouts, a scoreboard. We never had a big scoreboard before, and a sound system that went with it. So there's new speakers strategically placed by an engineer around the building, as opposed to before we had like a traveling band PA set up, where they, by the sound booth, they broadcasted it out. So some of this, I think, is fine tuning the acoustics. Those were the first couple games that had with it, and where they carried and where they were pointed. And so Dobbs is aware of that. And we think this will be a better solution for the sound piece, because the idea is that don't have to turn it as loud for people to hear what's happening at different spots when you're standing there. So I have faith with the designers and everything that we can fix that. I will say the other thing that we learned, that you probably know, is that the idea in sporting things in this day and age, from the Knicks to the Yankees to high school, is between batters or different things, sometimes they play songs now. So I've talked with our athletics people about that too. And whether, it's something we have to do between different things. That was a couple of the comments we got, that why does music have to be part of the game? So, we're trying to find a balance with that. And I think we always try to be good neighbors.
Jim, getting back to what Mike Mafuco just said about a basketball game, does this building have open windows or?
No, well, it can open on the side towards the campus with garage doors that flip up if you have to, but they're primarily closed without opening pieces. And keep in mind, this is more, a field house is more pickup type activities. It's not, full official, those kind of things. So.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Anything else on the Zoom?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak, and there are no comments.
Anybody else in the room? Anything else from the board? Okay, thank you very much. You certainly have some, one more, I just saw it in the corner of my notes. Last time we asked you to look at during construction, you're going to have a construction shanty. You're going to have construction workers bringing their cars, taking your parking spaces, and you're going to have construction equipment taking your parking spaces.
Right. So our plan is noted on the building for a staging plan. We will have the workers, like we did when we built the new residence hall and things, park at our Terrytown location. So we have that back office building, Terrytown offices. We have at 828 Broadway, South Broadway. And it was successful before. We have all the workers parked there, and we shuttle them in. We shuttle them out with one vehicle. Worked well for us. We can also stage bigger pieces there that we might need to bring in. So we're pretty confident there'll be no traffic coming in off of Hudson Road West. other than the utility work that will tie in, and it will all feed internal, and we think we can make it work.
Show us where your shanty's gonna be.
Shanty? Sure.
You don't have to show me now, but just put it on the plan.
There's an existing
Concrete.
Oh, I saw that pad.
Yeah, it's gonna go right on that.
Just to the west.
Yes, and there's a utility entrance here that has a little bit of asphalt, and then there's a concrete pad that's existing right about there.
What does that do? Is that a tank under there or is just?
I think it's a pad from a previous structure that was there, a shed or something.
I saw that pad. I said, there's something underneath there that we should.
There's no steel anchors on it, which you would see typically to lift it off if there was a tank underneath. So other than that, I don't know. That's why I'm assuming it was a shed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna move on. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the comments from the public. And as Tom indicated, we'll talk about the it was number 5. Oh, number 6 and 7, we'll probably take them together. That's 20 Half Moon Lane and 10 Half Moon Lane. Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone. John Malone, Ferguson Malone Architecture, representing the Gala de Size. Since we last met, we focused on 3 main items for both of the projects: landscape and tree revisions, developing the civil engineering design for both projects, and considering alternatives for both projects. And in the case of the northern house, we have made significant revision to try to assist or to try to improve or reduce the visual impact. Cesar, I know you've had a long night already. I would ask you to let me know how you want me to proceed. We can go through all of those folks. In addition to that, obviously, we've picked up some other comments. There are some remaining comments that we have from Doug Hahn. All of those seem like, and from Suzanne, and all of those can be addressed, but they're sort of civil in nature, and a few comments on planting. But I'd ask you, where would you like me to start? Would you like me to go through? We have a presentation developed that addresses the revisions that we made to the north house. I can go through that. And then we can also have a presentation that sort of is directed at the south house and the limitations and why we believe that the current location and configuration is correct, or the best possible configuration.
Well, the main concern is view preservation. And on the trees, Suzanne Nolan, the landscape architect, seemed to be fairly satisfied. However, her one comment on beefing up the screening to the pool on West Clinton.
Yes, so I think what
just talk to her about that. We don't have
yeah, it's not right. That's not something we can just take care of that. We got it. Yeah.
And the pool equipment issue, where it is, it shouldn't require a variance for pool equipment.
Right. The pool equipment on the north house, if we're talking about that, is that what we're talking about, Cesar, in terms of the location? Yeah. Okay. We didn't see a note specifically about that, but we can address that.
I may have thought about it and then dismissed it. It just popped in my head now. It may not exist as a problem.
It was in the last submission.
It was?
Yes. It's out of the submission.
Oh, okay. All right. As you know, the main issue is view preservation. And this, why don't you go through that?
Yeah, I'll start there.
And our concern is, how much can you see between the buildings? Is it really necessary to build right to the line, the setback line.
Okay.
Does the house have to be as wide? Can it be less wide and more deep?
Okay, so let me run through that quickly. I have a presentation that would make that, I think, easier. So we did, in the package you got, we did update the view preservation, and I'm going to start with the north house, which is we call House A. In the letter that we wrote you, there are a few ways that we could affect view preservation. There was a discussion about, I think the first item that we talked about was potential rotation, which we really don't think is feasible. And in the letter, we indicated why we don't think that's helpful. And I'll cycle back to that when I get further along. The other way that you could potentially improve view preservation was lowering the house. There are two ways that you could lower the elevation of the house. So one way to lower the elevation of the house as it was originally designed would be to slide it down the lot, because the lot descends towards the river. And we determined based on the analysis that we did that the change would have to be about 10 feet. So to slide that house down the lot 10 feet is what you see here on the right. It's not feasible for a lot of reasons. You know, floodplain, pool location, sewer easement, tree impacts are greater. And then it also doesn't have you know, it has other view impacts, even though it might improve view impacts from one location, it would have view impacts to the house on the south, and it would increase driveway length. And it's just really not a feasible option.
John, hold on a second. We're having trouble on your articulation.
Okay.
Speak a little slower and with a little more clarity.
Okay. So basically, in terms of the options for lowering the elevation house, one is to slide the house as designed down the lot, and you'll see where it's located at the end of the lot. It really doesn't work for a variety of reasons, which we can go into, but it's relatively obvious. It's in the sewer easement, it's in the floodplain, and has greater tree impacts, and has no pool location, has too much front yard. A lot of reasons this doesn't work. The other way we can approach reducing impacts would be to lower it in place. And you can see right now the house, you know, to lower it in place enough to have any view benefit at all. And by lowering it 10 feet, you might get a view of the far shore. You still wouldn't get a view of the Hudson River. We would have to lower it so far that the house would be subterranean and only the top level of the floor would be available. So we determined that both of those lowering strategies were not really feasible. So what we did determine is that the best way to improve these view impacts would be to reduce the width of this house. So if you see here, this was the slide that we left on last time we met. And these are the view impacts relative to the existing house that was there that was demolished. These orange lines indicate the extent to which the view from these positions is being improved by the new house. So we also already were improving many of these viewpoints by the design that we had in front of you last week, but we look to increase that improvement more by adjusting the house. The reason the house was as long as it was to meet the program requirements for rooms that would have western views. So what we did is ask the owner, our client, if we could adjust that program and basically reduce the amount of rooms that have western views. And the house was redesigned based on those adjustments that the family agreed to. So that reduction that we made in the house between the other increases the view corridors between the two houses. So this is from position D and E, which is from 15 half moons. So originally they had a view of 13 degrees. That's just based on our last presentation. That had increased by about 100% to about 26 degrees. And this change that we made in this resubmission increased that further. So it was an additional 7% of angle that we added to that view. Here, as you can see, the view, these were updated. So the difference between the red and the yellow here shows you the increase that we had. and the blue shows the view as it was. These are from that same, you can see there's no view impacts in summer. Obviously, this discussion is entirely related to view impacts on winter because there is no.
John, for the purpose of everyone here, could you explain the colors?
Right, so the red, the blue, the dark blue is the house, the original house that was there that was recently demoed. The red lines are what was presented at last meeting, and the yellow is the revision that we made to the north house. So you can see the difference between the red and yellow has been reduced.
So John, what you call the north house, that's 10 half moon, right?
Correct,
And the south house is 20 half moon.
correct.
And the red is 20 half moon?
There, it's representing both in these images. So you see the red here, Mike, is 20, and the red line here is 10.
Okay, so the impact upon views that you had just shown before this with all the vectors, that did not take into account 20, does it?
This, when we developed the projects and submitted them separately, we have, yes, we have two. This one, the view impacts for this were developed for just House A, independent of that, right? So if you wanted to see the corridor that was available, it's better to look at it in this image, right? So the corridor that, oh, actually, maybe it might be. No, the best way to look at it is the corridor that we proposed last time is the space between this red line and this red line. Can you see my cursor, Mike?
Yes.
Right. That's the space that we were offering. The improvement represents the space between this blue line and this red line, right? That's the new view corridor that we were proposing last time. The new view corridor that we're proposing now is the space between the blue line and the yellow line, right? So it's slightly larger. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
John, why is the yellow further north than what was the existing house?
Because we made a revision to the house. So I'm sorry, I'm going too quickly. So we redesigned the house that the north house has been redesigned extensively to reduce the length of this wing. So this wing has been reduced by 6 feet. So that's what you're seeing the impact of in these drawings and that is represented here between the red line and the yellow line.
Yeah, but the northern extremity of the yellow house is further north than the blue house that was.
I think what also happened there is we've increased the level of detail in the house, so that's just a little roof overhang that's there. It's not a change.
Being a corner house, it has two front yard setbacks. Is the front yard setback?
They're compliant with both.
Yeah, we're compliant
Even
with
the
both.
new.
Yes, yeah, we didn't slide the house to the north, but
Hold on, John. The front yard setback is larger than the side yard setback.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, John. Go ahead, John.
Okay, so this is the impact from point E, which is a similar point. You can see the blue line was what was available before the house was demoed. The space between the two red lines here is the view corridor that was proposed before, and then this is the improvement. The yellow shows the improvement relative to the change. So this is the next point, point C, which is in the front of 15 Half Moon. So you see this is the quantification of the view corridor that was there previously. So the yellow shows the additional corridor that was added, which is the comparison between the old house and our previous design. And then the red section here shows the improvement from the recent revision. So again, the same issue here. You see from the front, this is the area that was available between red to red. This blue line, obviously the old house is gone, so there's been an improvement there. And now we've made that improvement greater by reducing the width of the house. This shows again.
Is 20 Half Moon, the red, is that right up to the side yard setbacks on north and south?
It is, and that house is much narrower, and it is actually longer, so it's sort of configured, and I'll get to that later in the presentation in terms of, you know, the width of that house. We can touch base on that. And what is driving the width of that. So you see here on the north house, if you want me to keep going with this presentation, is that, you know, there was no view corridor through this portion of the building. There was a view here. And we've opened that up, and you can see in the summer condition, right, that there is a view corridor that will be available that wasn't there prior. You can see it between that blue outline. This is from position A. There's a little view corridor that is available between the two buildings, and we've made that wider. That wasn't available before because the large building was there. It's not available in summer. And then you can see we did meet with the owners of 5 Half Moon. They gave us an additional viewpoint that has been added and indicated to us at the time that this was the most crucial view that they felt that they had. So you can see here that the you know, the space between the red is what would have been available, and then the space
And it's not sitting on grade.
detailed the house a little bit further to try to
John,
keep the
did
scale
you
of
hear
this
what I
house
asked?
was.
John,
I'm sorry, what? No, I didn't hear you.
in the diagram, the house is not sitting on grade. Is this right? Is it a photograph?
In this diagram, it is at its point. I think it looks like it's floating just because you're seeing the bottom through the trees, but it is at the correct elevation.
And this is a good, we figured it out. I think if you demonstrate it, it would be a good thing to do. Lowering it 10 feet, you're lucky you see the top of the palisade, so.
Right.
If you can
That's,
show
and
that
I think
in
it's easier
this
to see
diagram.
that here. Yeah, you can see that it has to see any water, has to come way down, right? So this again is just a shot of where we are in terms of design. You can see how much of the house is under roof, so it's really we're calling it 2.5 stories, but in effect, you know, you're living in the attic of the second story. That's how we're keeping the height of the house down and the scale of the house down. I think the next place to go is we have the south house, and I think just in terms of what the limitations were on the south house, I can run through that quickly again. So again, this is the south house's lot area, setbacks, floodplain, and stormwater. This is driveway requirement, tree areas, root zones that we're keeping out of, and then these were the views. So there's very little area that would have been available that would affect no views, and it wouldn't be feasible to build without affecting views to some extent. We believe that the location that we chose here in the north end of the lot is the best location. We could not find, you know, any alternatives that would be better. If you look at this diagram for a second, if you move this footprint further to the west, it blocks, you know, many other views. So it's not a good option to move it further south. And then if we look at, when we get to the view preservation photos, you'll see that this area is now a stand of trees right now. So there's no summer impact in putting a house in this location. And the winter impact is only limited because there's a lot of trees in this area right now where we're showing it. We did look at the potential of rotating the house. So the house is currently designed to get the program in it and to get the driveway to work, and get the garage to work, and get an entry to work, is already quite narrow. If we rotate it, the house gets wider. Not that we would do that, but just as a way to describe this, you see the house is very narrow and tucked into this northern part. If you rotate it and made it wider, in order to fit within the setbacks, it would have to move further to the west and would have increased view impacts the way we said. The next thing was potentially lowering it, similar to the other one. If you tried to drop it so you could see over the top of it, it would be, this is how far down the site it would have to move. And again, if we go back quickly here, you'll see it'll have all of these view impacts here, which we were, being very careful to protect views from 29 Half Moon. It would affect those views if we moved it down the site, like we're showing here. So we don't believe that's the right answer. Similar to the last thing we showed, if you dropped it in the ground, you'd only have one functional story, and we don't think that works. And then we do have, if we want to look at the view preservations for that, if you look at the, let me start from the back actually. So from the points at 29, you'll see, let's start there. At the points at 29, we're careful to try to protect those views. You'll see that, the house is positioned so that it doesn't extend beyond this point. You can see that. And so we positioned it to limit the view impacts there from 29. There's no summer impacts. And then this is the other viewpoint from 29. Again, we were trying to limit the view impacts in this area here. And if we moved it further down the site, it increases the impact. So for this project, for the southern house, we do believe that we've located in the right location and that we don't really see any alternative that would improve that. And to summarize, on the north side, we did what we could. There was a reduction in the program. It's basically taking windows and views out of rooms in order to reduce the width in that house. Is there, do you have any questions? Do you want me to go back and review anything, guys, or is there somewhere else you want to go?
Lori?
Not right now.
Yeah.
No questions.
It's a lot on.
Yeah.
Mike Smith?
I'm just trying to think whether there's a way to show these view vectors with both houses in their proposed locations. So doing what's up on the screen now, but having both the south house and the north house, it's something separate from the wire drawings.
Is it this format, Mike, that you're thinking?
Right.
Yeah. I think right now we only developed this format for the north house because the north house was the only one that was modified, but we can revise this format to include both of the houses and adjust the numbers accordingly.
Great.
Yeah, we can do that.
And that would be for each location, to show that.
Right, from each point.
Yeah, the cone of, the vision cone from house to house.
Yeah. This is the first time we've developed this format based on what we've done here. So, and we find this a little bit more legible than the sort of piled on format that we had. I don't know where it is now, but the one that shows it all at once. It's very hard to understand. So we can develop this and clean it up so that it shows both footprints.
Mike, there was a concern that if you're on the corner of West Clinton and you look south down Half Moon Lane, the two houses appear to be one big house.
We can give you a rendering from that position with the planting in place if you want. I don't think that's going to be an issue, but we can show you that. And also, I don't know if you noticed the way that we've developed the style of the two houses. They're much more different than they were. So we can develop a more detailed rendering at this level to show you what you're getting.
And that looks pretty good, John. Nice, good job.
Thanks.
Mike Bufuco?
Yeah, John, can you bring up one of the view corridor slides?
Yeah.
I think the north house probably. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
So moving the house back, obviously you have to move it pretty far back to get river, but it does impact where it is intersecting the view corridors. It's probably when you move it back a little bit, it's going to make somebody else's worse.
Right.
But I might consider looking at that, right? Because if you move this back potentially, a little bit, you're going to get even more of that corridor, open up to the right. You don't need to move it back all the way to the end of the property.
I think,
Go ahead.
right, I think the only thing I would worry about there is you might have a de minimis increase in this, right? If you moved it back 10 feet, the view angle would open up, like a very slight amount. But it would have impacts on other things like the tree area here, the access to the driveway as you move down the site, you'd have to fill. There's other impacts in the design, but we can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My guess is after looking at these, I can even tell that if you move this one back a little bit, it's going to cut off somebody else's from the
right.
50, right. But it's worth looking at because it's not seeing the water isn't the only benefit of moving it back and forth. It also obviously helps with the view we were just talking about.
Right. I think we'll develop that rendering of that view just to make sure people are comfortable. And it's the view kind of, just to be clear, it's the view like this right down the street to make sure that you're not seeing a wall of house. I understand.
Yes.
Right.
That's all for me.
Okay. Are you done?
Yep.
I'll go through the board again before we go.
You showed that, do you have a picture like that for the other home or no?
We don't have it rendered like this, so for the other house, we do have images here in the set. I'm sorry I don't have them on smaller PDFs, but you can sort of see where this one is headed.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to be clear. I thought that's what you had said.
Right. Here, this one rendering here, which is from the southeast, you can sort of see the relationship of the two houses. But we can develop, we're continuing to move forward. We'll develop a more detailed model for that, and that'll be more accurate.
I have no questions.
Mike?
Nothing further.
Mike B?
Good.
Sarah, anything on Zoom?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak and there are no comments in the chat.
Anybody in person would like to speak on this application? No? Okay, John.
Wait.
Anything over here, Mary Ann? Oh, we got somebody came back. Hold on.
Yep.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. This is Kerry Houston at 30 Half Moon. Unfortunately, I submitted my prepared remarks a bit late today, so I'm not sure if you have them or not. But I can go through them, or if you have them, but we can address several points here. So, however whatever's the more efficient.
Why don't you highlight what your concerns are?
We haven't
Sure.
seen them, so you should.
You haven't? Okay, fine. So I guess the first thing is I'll start with the size and mass of 20 Half Moon. If you look at page 39 of the submission, it depicts a footprint of 20 Half Moon that's outside the setbacks on both the north and south side of the house. So, again, we need to make sure that those setbacks are adhered to, and if they can't meet those requirements, we need to reduce the structure, and the FAR needed to be reduced to comply with current code.
Hold on.
We've talked a lot.
Let's do these one at a time.
Yeah, sure.
John, can you bring that up, please? Site plan.
As far as we can tell, and it's policy, it's this board on a new house emphasizes the need to meet code. And our building inspector and engineer look at those things very closely, and we don't believe you're correct.
Okay, page 39 of the submission.
Sorry, I'm looking at a set where I can't do, is there a drawing number on that? I don't have the page numbers that I think you guys.
Right, the applicant consultant is looking for appropriate site plan.
Page 39 of the PDF.
Yeah, I'm
It
sorry.
does not have a PDF. You have to give us
I
a
don't
page.
have yeah, I don't, does it have, you see on the bottom of the shared screen here, does it have a sheet number that I could go to?
Number 13.
Pull up the one with the setbacks.
Yeah, so I think here is the site plan that shows the setback. So I'm sorry, let me highlight the setback lines for you. So these lines are this is the side yard setback here. This is the front yard setback. This is the other side yard setback.
Okay, the submission that is available on the website on page 39 of that document shows that the house is exceeding the setbacks on both the north and south side. So if you go to that, you can see exactly what you're talking about.
Or Sarah, can you help me as to what page 39 is? I don't know if you guys have access to that.
Is it for 20 half moon or 10 half?
20 half moon. Right there.
Oh,
there
it is. I know what
there it is.
Okay. So this drawing is specifically a pool location plan. And the swimming pool has different setback requirements than the house. So the side yard setback for the house is 15 feet and the side yard setback for a swimming pool is 20. So this is the swimming pool here. And so this line doesn't apply to the house. It's just a diagram that is specifically about pool setbacks. So it's a different governing.
Okay,
Show
so
the title block. There you go.
Yeah, it's pool location plan. So, and this says pool setback, which is different than the side yard, front yard, rear yard building setback.
Okay, terrific.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification. When we look at the view protection overlay, I think we need, as neighbors to get an accurate view protection profile and site corridors. So, which include both the new and existing structures, which I think John's provided, and then the proposed screening, which I think is incredibly important on both the properties, both at the initial planting and at mature growth. The site corridors, as depicted right now in the current presentations, are misrepresented because it doesn't account for any of the potential screening put in place between 10 and 20, given their close proximity, and the south side of 20 to my property at 30. In addition, if you look at the visual impact studies, none of these address the impact of my north and northwest view that face both the Hudson River and the Tappan Zee Bridge. I found the current presentation is pretty disingenuous in leaving out the elimination of our views with the proposed structure of 20 half moon. And given the proximity of the house, the height of the structure, nearly 30 feet in the air, that's towering above my roof line on the north side of my house, that really adversely affects my sight lines from both my north bedrooms, my master bedroom, and also my balcony. And in addition, I assume the screening is going to go along the south side of the property and would, again, eliminate all view, a lot of views from my, of my river view of the bridge, both from my side yards and backyards. So we really need, I think when we start, this is going to go on for a long time here, but we really need a complete picture of what the visual impact study looks like on 30 half moon, the surrounding properties, what these structures look like, and then what we're talking about as part, as part of screening. It's got to be a complete and total picture. We can't just say, hey, there's one structure here, there's one structure here. Well, look at this great site corridor. Doesn't exist. We're going to put a ton of screening, a ton of plantings in here. It's very similar to the conversations you guys have had on Field Terrace. So, my final point really would be here, on the construction. And I think, Doug raised this in his point, I think it was point 8. Board member Davidowitz, mentioned last time in the March meeting that as a resident who's experienced local construction, the minute, there's a disturbance to the property, you as a homeowner or neighbor feel that and while you haven't started putting up framing or anything like that, it's still like the clock starts ticking mentally for the neighbors. As a point of reference on this street, the residents of Half Moon, North and South Hendricks have been unduly impacted by a massive project that's ongoing at 50 Half Moon that's approaching 3 years in duration. And there continues to be numerous construction vehicles there on a daily basis. In addition, the properties on 10 and 20 have had a vacant lot since December of 2022, up to the demolition of the property or the house in July of last year. Since then, now we have a sizable vacant lot that's totally unkept, it's unmaintained, looks like a landfill, and now the applicant is proposing a significant, tree removal plan, site development, and construction of multiple structures. So we add in the impact of both 50 and the proposed development of 10 and 20 by the same owner. We're looking at a timeline that's closing in on, almost a full decade for a neighborhood that's a dead-end street, has roughly 15 residences total between the 3 streets. This is not a worthwhile use of significant taxpayer resources that this community has provided the town. Given the location of 10 and 20 Half Moon is also the choke point for Half Moon, North and South Hendricks, we as residents need assurances that, as Doug pointed out in point 8, the construction of these projects needs to be on site. There should be nothing that's put on this street. The placement of temporary structures, storage areas, staging, all need to be on site. And I can't stress this enough. The intersection of West Clinton, Buckout, and Half Moon is a very busy intersection with resident traffic, delivery vehicles, most importantly, numerous school bus stops. It's also adjacent to the driveways of 5 and 15 Half Moon, which creates issues both entering and exiting their driveways, especially if the street is lined with construction vehicles. Given the dead-end nature of the street, as many of you know, it also has higher pedestrian traffic for a dead-end, no-outlet street. Lots of neighborhood children and lots of children from surrounding streets and neighborhoods. So I think, that's my sort of formal comments in total. But I think when we start really getting into this, all these things need to be addressed well before we can make a decision on these houses. I will make one more side comment. There's nothing in the work that I've seen in these files that says these houses can't just be smaller in nature. There's nothing that says that, right? You can have a FAR ratio of 5,000. It doesn't need to be 5,000. It can be 3, it can be 2. But, we need to have, something here that fits in with the neighborhood and doesn't, infringe on every other neighbor, just because they want to put up the maximum size square footage house. Thank you very much.
Either do you want me to address any of those?
John, you reminded me of something that we asked about the future patio and so forth. You have excess coverage to accommodate a future
No, but we revised everything and reduced the size of the house so that we had coverage for patio. So now the pools show pool patios. So both layouts, there's pool patios included. You want to take a look?
That's all right. We'll take a look later. And last time I asked you to show us where the construction, you're probably gonna have a construction shanty. You need to show
Yeah,
us.
why don't I share that now? Because that was one of the comments here. So we didn't go through the whole drawing set. But let me show you what
We had asked for that last time.
Yeah, so the construction sequence and the proposed trailer, the parking material area has all been shown in the civil drawings for both projects. So that note that the speaker was just speaking of was addressed. I think that was from Han's last memo. So if you review the most recent memo, you'll see that that's been addressed. And it shows both parking, soil stockpile, and trailer location. There's a single trailer that would be located for both projects. So
Where is the trailer?
It's right here.
Right in the front? Does it have to be right out front?
If you want us to move it, we can move it. I think, the goal is to, work your way out of the site. So often you'd want the trailer in that location, but if there's a better location or if you want it screened.
See if you can find a better location that would not, guy going into the shanty would park on Half Moon and just walk into the shanty.
Got it. Okay.
John,
Yeah,
do
we can
you
do that.
have the pathway for workers to go between the north and south?
There is no, this looks like a barrier here, the way it's drawn, but it's actually not, it's a fence that would be the last item that's going in. So there's not.
I know, I understand it. That
There's not an actual
but,
barrier.
I'm assuming that machinery that's being used is going to go from one property to the other rather than
Right. We can add
out
that.
to the street and then back around.
Right. Yeah, they're not, they wouldn't be. Right. So yeah, we can somehow clarify that. I think the position of the trailer, I need to talk with Civil about, where else it could be. I think we would want it between the two projects, so maybe it could just move back and away from the street, and then we could actually find some way to screen it.
Because normally we want to know how heavy machinery is getting on the property where it's going, but in this case, you're probably going to have it also go between the two properties.
Right. Okay. So some of the other things, the time frame for the construction, I'm not sure if you wanted me to address that. The screening, we are screening the south line of the project between 30 and this project, according to the requirements of the village code for pool screening. Hold on, I'm sorry, I'm just going through this.
Yeah,
So-
I think Suzanne covered that with you.
Right. So I mean, I don't believe in general that the proposal of 20 affects any views from 30, and that is actually why we didn't include those. We do have shots from 30. It's a lot of additional scope to develop those, but I don't think that in those views that we have, any of the construction is shown or will be visible. I'm sure there may be views from the neighbor's house where they can see their potential next door neighbor. I'm sure there's some views, but the views that we have identified as river views, which is what the code protects, we don't believe there's any impact. And in terms of the screening along the south line, I'm sure our client is willing to work with the neighbor about the location and the type of species of the screening there. Right now, there's a bunch of non-native Norway maples along that line. A lot of them are on the neighbor's side, so we can't really adjust them. So the screening that we had focused that was evergreen was really pool screening. If the board would be willing for us to, reduce that pool screening or do something. But, I don't believe any of the pool screening that we're showing will affect any river views from the house. And I guess we can develop some.
I think there's a code that requires pool screening, so.
Right. I mean, the house, what we can do is expand the drawing we have, the landscape drawing to show 30 and the relationship of 30 to both this house and the screening, and then we can discuss whether, you know, they want it. I think we also do have images from their property that we could use to, you know, clarify the extent of where the screening is. I'll have to review that, but if you want us to address that, let me know.
Okay. Anything new on the board? Anybody in person that, Sarah, anybody else on the? Okay.
Wait.
I wasn't clear what you said about the coverage. There's reserve coverage for future use by some future homeowner?
There is, we didn't
Not
do
using,
that.
are you using 100% of the coverage today?
We are nearly 100%, but we have pool patios now. So that deficit that you pointed out that say, well, if somebody wants a pool patio, I mean, they could still not build this patio and do something else, but right now we're showing a pool patio.
And I didn't fully understand why you couldn't make the house less wide and deeper.
Well, I think this house, the reason is that we have, you know, 3 major rooms on the ground floor that we need west views from. The width of this house is already, you know, much narrower than its length. We can't really come up with a design that we think works better. And then I think the context in which to understand that is what would be the benefit of making it less wide. Because if you look at the area where we're building here, right, this is where we're showing the house, and right now there, you know, is no view in there in the summer. And then if you look at that position in the winter, you know, there might be a de minimis improvement, but we think that that improvement is, you know, we'll have better view on the north side of this house, right? Squeezing this 1 foot has a, you know, 1 or 2 feet doesn't have a great impact. It has a negative impact on the house as a whole to keep squeezing the width of it, but it doesn't really affect the view, especially now that we're opening up the view, you know, from this point to this point, right? That's the width that we're opening. And when you look at what was available, even in winter, right, the view is just through these trees that are there, right? So from our perspective, this is the right place for the house. Making the house 18 inches narrower doesn't necessarily improve the condition. And we're going to great lengths to open up this corridor here. If that makes sense.
We done?
There was, is someone still on?
Someone came back on? That's
Hi, it's Kerry Houston again. I mean, again, the view quarters don't exist with screening. So we have to really understand what the screening looks like between 10 and 20. Now, when I'm looking out my north facing bedrooms, and I've got a house now 15 feet off my property that's nearly 30 feet in the air, that's eliminated my views of the Tappan Zee Bridge. So that house either needs to push north or it needs to slide, you know, diagonally northwest.
What if that's not possible?
Otherwise, you're eliminating my views.
What if that's not possible?
Why isn't it possible?
He's explained why he can't slide.
He's
explained why he can't slide the house.
You can reduce the size of the house. There's no limitations on reducing the actual size of the house.
But
or taking the roof down.
You won't preserve your view of the bridge.
Yes, it will, because right now, if I look at my north bedrooms here, I've got a 28-foot house that's going to go 20 feet off my property, right? So if we're moving that north, I can see the bridge. If we are reducing the size of that entity versus what they're proposing, you can also accommodate that.
if you slide the house north, you're into the side yard setback and you.
That's not my problem. My problem.
Oh,
is,
yes, our problem.
My problem is you're absolutely eliminating my views from the north side of my house. Right? So
Are these?
you can't, you can either move the house north. Yes, I get it. It goes in the setback. You could also drop the square footage down to keep it within the setback. Or, hey, think out of the box and have one property, one structure on two properties, which is what previously existed, right? And didn't, you know, obviously that property was much bigger than it should have been, but you could sit that in the middle of the two properties and not impact 5, 15, 29, 30. Instead, you're trying to fit a, you know, a square peg into a circle here.
Well, the issue of 2 lots on this property, that boat sailed when there was a thorough review of the subdivision about a year ago. Went through this board. And there's a code on site capacity, which this site met.
But that's not to say you need to use the maximum site capacity, right, Caesar?
Let me know when you're finished so that I can speak, okay?
Okay.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Okay. As I said, we went through the subdivision process a year ago. And that would have been an appropriate time to opine. And quite a few people did opine. And it was properly approved as a 2-lot subdivision. So, and moving it north, I know it's not your problem, but it narrows the view of other people. So, and it would go into the side yard setback on the north. And generally speaking, as I indicated, this board is very hesitant to, on a new home, to require a variance on a new home. Otherwise, why have a code? So that's the story. John will produce, he said he would try to produce a view from your house. He's nodding yes, and we'll see how that looks. Thank you.
Caesar, I want to add, you mentioned the house could be smaller. We've done view preservation many times. The rest of the board, but wouldn't feel comfortable asking someone to make their house smaller if it meets all code. We ask for different configurations, we ask for different locations, we ask to spin it, but we would never say, despite the fact that your house meets all of the codes, you have to make it smaller for view preservation. That it might become smaller as a byproduct of other changes that we think will help, but just to say reduce the square footage by 20%. I don't think it's something that at least I would feel comfortable asking someone, or I'm not even sure if we're could do.
That would be a little arbitrary. Okay. Any changes we make to benefit some person, it's irrational to create a hardship on 2 or 3 other people. So we have to consider that. Okay. And, Sarah, anybody else? Anybody in the room again? Okay, we're going to move along. John's going to produce some views of the house to the south. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
Oh, we're going to take a few minute break. It's 10 o'clock. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more. 5-minute break. We'll be back at 10. Okay, very good. We'll be back at 10 o'clock.
No, I'm just thinking the same. Hey, let's see. Sarah?
Yeah.
Right. I don't want them to think that they have solved the how to get around the point of pointing out. Like that's not how it works. And he kind of was hinting at. That's right. You have to. We want. Well, we want. When they build something there, we don't have any. Yeah.
If you go on Zoom, right, and I'm saying, you can't do it on this side. You don't have. Actually, I think I gave the thumbs up. All right, so let me just do it on Zoom. Okay.
By the way, Mike.
No, I know, it's just.
It's just
I
everybody's.
have to make sure there's nobody. I have to go in there.
Upstairs?
Oh, you can go upstairs, okay. That's-
Yeah, we wanna go upstairs, yeah.
Yeah, no, we have to.
No, I think everybody's in the police, everybody else is.
No, there's more police station bathrooms we can use now.
Oh.
You just-
Well, we can go upstairs.
Both. Sarah? And hang on a second. Hold the door shut.
Yeah.
They are so lucky that they have Mercy. Yes, their school.
Yeah.
It could be a nice yeshiva over there. Yeah, they could have a regularly puts gymnasium that they put up is like 5 feet from Field Point's houses. They literally don't. And, you know, they go ahead and do that.
Hopefully though, I mean, I like it, how they, I'm not sure that the basketball court gets used. But I'm not sure from an engineering perspective, how difficult it is to build a field back there.
Yeah, well.
I just don't know, but they'll figure it out. But I think
If
that
they're
that would
open
be-
to doing that, that seems like.
I would think that's a better.
Yeah.
I wish they would use the green and have that green space for other things. But it's up to them.
Yeah, my problem too is if they stick it where it is now. And then they add all these plantings to hide it. You're gonna obstruct the view even more. But again,
Well,
it's
they're
their
willing to
right to
consider.
do that.
Right, they're willing to consider.
And colleges today, as Caesar mentioned, they have to do this stuff. You know,
No, they need.
They're not
what I-
spending this
what I-
money to build this thing because they
What I
don't need
wonder
to.
is whether they can.
Well,
The field.
exactly.
I gotta get some air. No light.
Yeah, I was, it's coming from the clear story windows.
Huh?
It's coming out the clear story windows.
The side windows.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
ones at the top,
But they, they shut down at 11 o'clock then.
which, yeah, that's fine.
Forgot about the engineering building. Because they were putting, they were doing something. When did it just finish recently? I remember hearing about it.
It finished around the pandemic time.
Because I get like, maybe like when I heard about it. I went to the new building, that parking lot, I can't even.
Now you walk in the way, there's a real lobby now behind you.
Terrible.
I remember when I came out of school, you opened the door, you're in the stairwell. That was the front door.
On 74.
Now there's the well.
I really did.
People have divided.
You got to apply a lot with Fargo.
No, other than that.
Believe me.
Broadcasting still.
Things are tough.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The lawyer.
they admitted them, yeah.
The lawyer, yeah, he said, went to the hospital, and the blood pressure's super high, I guess. His wife is there. Yeah, Tom Simmons. Yeah, I asked Tom, and then Tom partner with Tom's associates with him.
I know, we're like very comfortable.
You went to White Plains Hospital?
He's denied because he didn't bring any goodies.
That's what I was thinking.
We don't have an open bakery to bring.
Yeah, I mean, really, just
Condone that,
go.
Michael.
I was
You can't
thinking.
condone that.
I was actually thinking tonight would be a pleasant night.
You deny.
But,
You deny.
yeah, I didn't bring anything. Goodies.
You only deal with them once a month.
Okay, that's what I said.
You know what Seth means about.
Forever.
Yeah.
All right, it's after 10, we're gonna come back to order here.
What you got?
Yeah, that's why he wasn't there.
No. All right, we're coming back to service here, going back to where we've been going. We got looking at midnight. Okay, we just did that. We're going on to number 894 Main Street.
How you doing? Jason Brain, 94 Main Street. Mitch will be the one presenting.
Come on.
Hi, Jason. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay, Jason, you want to start?
Would you like to identify yourself?
Yes, I'm Mitchell Koch. I'm architect for Jason and Allison on the bakery project.
And you were?
I'm Jason Brain, 94 Main Street, owner.
Okay, go ahead.
Share screen.
Okay, Jason, let me just jump right in, please. Let me share my screen.
Mitch, you're a season
I'll
behind.
let you look at my beautiful face. And can you see this image?
Yes.
Yes, beautiful.
Okay, great. Okay, so
Dire
this is
need
the
of
back
renovation.
94 Main. In principle, what we're trying to do is remove this old derelict decking and stairs, the hatch down to the basement, the stairs that ascend to the second floor, and to put in a new deck in place of that. And essentially, the view of the backyard from upstairs looks like this. It's paved, you know, in the summer, the grass grows between the pavers, and we would like to clean that up, but we want to leave the plantings as they are and the tree as it is at this point. So the gist is that it's a very small backyard. Really, it's about 25 feet total width, 44 feet from the garage to the main building. And you can see in this drawing that we're showing the old deck to be removed. We submitted this, and then we got some comments from Han, and I'm moving through this very quickly. If you want me to slow down, like John Malone says, I'll do it, but I just want to get this out there and not hang up people that are following. So Han gave us a list of things that we were remiss in, and we have included them in the drawing, and it's gone back to Han, and they have reviewed it, and they approved it with the exception that they gave us 5 additional points that they wanted us to do, which have to do with the drywall mostly. And we've addressed them and submitted them to Han, and it would be, I would ask them if they're satisfied with our submittal, because our goal would be to come away tonight with your approval for this very small project. And so I'm just gonna very quickly go back to the drawing and address a couple things. Right here, there was an existing downspout on the back of the building that collected all the water from the roof and probably historically dumped it in the backyard, but somebody got clever and hooked it up to the sewer inside the house, which if they had left it draining on the outside, we would have not had to touch it, but because it's in the sewer, we're compelled to do something with that water that's legal. And so we have designed a dry well system, which we're placing in the backyard. And essentially it's comprised 3 Coltech units that will, with the gravel, be about 7 feet wide by about 14.5 feet long and fit comfortably in the backyard. And initially, Jason was saying that he wanted to level 8 pavers that he counted that were out of level. And at this point, he's despairing of ever getting approval. So he's saying he wants to just leave the pavers. But quite clearly, we're going to be excavating all of this area. And some of those pavers will be put back correctly. Han had asked for a paver detail, which essentially we would set the pavers on stone dust on compacted earth. I think the next question would be whether Han has reviewed our drawings and whether they're okay with what we've presented. And then I'll just take questions. I don't want to delay this anymore.
Yeah, there's an issue with the site plan and how accurate it is, and I'm gonna let Ed talk on that.
So Mitch, you gotta show the areas that don't have any paving. You don't have to lay out each stone, but you have to show the planting areas on the plan, memorialize where they are. All right, so you'll have to just draw them on the plan, have the surveyor do it if you can't do it. We just can't say it's all paved except for maybe a little over here, maybe a little over there, which this plan shows.
So we have to detail all of that.
Just detail, just mark the areas, just highlight the areas and remove the, you'll see in where all the plantings are, that there's no pavers yet, you show them. Where that big bush in the middle is, there's no pavers there, but you don't show it. I don't need to see the joints of between the stones and all that.
Okay,
Might be on the
essentially,
existing survey.
No, the survey.
Was it on there?
But not well done. It was well done for him, not for the village. I'll meet you out there if you want me to. The long walk.
I'm happy to measure all of that out.
Mark it on the plan, please.
Okay, I'm happy to do that.
Good.
Okay, any outdoor? Are you done?
Yeah, and the drainage issues are because missing some standard details. Didn't correctly indicate well that you were eliminating sewer.
I did see the email come in. I didn't go through it thoroughly, but for the most part, it addresses it. There's a couple.
So I guess my question for you guys before you make your decision is, we first initially placed our request for all this back in December. I understand there were numerous findings. You guys obviously had 25 plus comments. There was now 5 plus that. I guess my request would be, are we close enough that, I mean, Ed and I are basically married. I'm constantly at the building department. I nag him all the time.
Not allowed on Monday mornings.
So I guess my question is, could we be considered to get approval from here based, even if it's tentatively, and I will obviously follow up with Ed, just because we still have to go back to the ARB. You know, we went to you guys told us we had to go to the ARB. We went to ARB. Then we submitted back, we came back here. It's just been almost 6 months now. We are very small business owners. I understand there's rules. I will follow all those rules. I have no issue with that.
I don't, you're saying 6 months, unless I'm mistaken, this is the second time we're seeing it.
This is the second time, but
It's
I'm
not
just saying.
6 times that you before.
No, not 6 times. No, not in front of you
It's the
guys.
second time for the record.
Correct, yeah, for the record. I said 6 months, meaning when we originally were creating our plans for this, it was December. So again, this is not all you guys. I'm just asking if there is a way that if we are close enough, if you will,
No.
that this could be, okay, that's fair. I'm not gonna,
I think it's close enough that he should be able to get it what we want by the next meeting.
okay.
Should be.
Okay. So I guess I think where my confusion is, I understand that the plans don't show the dirt, but if we're not doing any changes of the coverage, is that still necessary? Because I'm not gonna be touching any of the stonework. We're not gonna do anything except for what we're digging up for the replacement of that. I've decided I don't wanna touch it. I don't want any part of it.
Unfortunately, it's inaccurate. And it makes a false condition that's not there. It's inaccurate. The survey was worked off the survey. The surveyor didn't pick it up because it probably snowing.
Right, I mean, I guess my issue.
You can stop in my office.
Yeah, because
I think you got enough, the architect has enough to go on.
Okay.
And
We'll move it along in a different way.
And to cover your concern, it's also a concern of the village that you went to the ARB for the demo purpose.
Correct.
Now you come to us, and now you have to go back to the.
Right, which was why I was trying to prevent the.
That is currently being looked at for, in a streamlined effort, to see what can be done in a situation where you have to go twice to the ARB. That the village is working on a possibility of fixing that.
Yeah.
But until then, it's fixed. That's the way it is.
Okay, so I was just that was gonna be my follow-up question.
We'll see you next month.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
All right. Oh, any question? I'm sorry. Any questions?
No.
Any questions? No. Sarah? Ed, you had one?
No. Ed?
Mike?
That's why.
Mike?
I think a little different.
Sarah?
Please raise your hand to speak if there are no comments in the chat.
And Mike over there? Okay, next. It looks like, number 9, 33 Ardsley Avenue West. Sarah, anybody?
Hi,
You're frozen. No. Okay, you're unfrozen now.
okay. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, David Barbuti, architect.
Dave, a little closer to the microphone. We can't hear you.
And start over again with identification.
Sure. David Barbuti, architect, representing the Wilfords, 33 Ardsley Avenue West. I can share my screen. Bear with me 1 second. So once again, just a brief overview. We're here tonight for a rear yard landscaping, patios and swimming pool. We did appear in front of the Zoning Board of Appeals. And we received 3 variances. We were requesting initially 5. We removed the one garden structure that was encroaching inside in the front yard setback off of Bertha Place. So that eliminated 2 variances. As a result of our zoning board meetings, we reduced the allowable coverage by approximately 1,250 square feet. And we reduced the FAR by the elimination of the garden and the pool sheds. So the values on your charts that I submitted for FAR and lot coverage have been reduced since the last time we met. I'm in receipt of Mr. Hahn's memo, and I've got a few questions on it. One of his comments reflects a pergola that he says, or they mentioned is still shown, but was taken off. So there were actually 2 pergolas in the inception of this project. One was freestanding over by Bertha. That was removed. If you look at page L300, there is still a pergola, which is just basically a wire frame over the proposed raised patio in the rear that we are reconstructing. So it's always been there. It's just there may have been a little confusion. They didn't realize there were 2. The existing drainage system, we are awaiting correspondence from Hudson Engineering as to where, I guess, the roof leaders drain. Doug, I think that's what you're looking for. And I think number 4 is requesting once again a driveway detail, but if I just looked at A13, it's reflected on there. There's a masonry bench detail that's not provided, that hasn't been designed yet. So, I mean, that's one detail I need to get. And there's questions regarding the swimming pool construction. I've got schematic designs in the set on drawing, I believe C1, that does show how the pool, the depth, the sizes of it. We don't get into the mechanics of it because it's my assumption that is part of the construction drawings. So correct me if I'm wrong on that. We do show fencing and things like that around the pool, so that is all taken care of. There's a question about how the pool is being drained. I had a conversation with Mr. Marin last week. He did inform me that it should not be treated for approximately 10 days. But if there is a note on Hudson Engineering's drawing, on drawing C1, that basically provides the outlet and the means for the draining of the swimming pool. And what else? Oh, so number 8, there's a survey certification. Well, that's provided. I didn't realize that it was an embossed stamp on the surveyor's paperwork. So I will see if he has a wet ink stamp and we will forward that to you. And then there's a comment about a note on the landscaping plan. I believe that was erroneously put on the site plan and not on the landscaping or lighting plan, but it was on the drawings. So with that said, I was wondering or requesting at least a minimum of a conditional approval tonight. We can continue on to the ARB for those approvals. If the board has any questions, and here, feel free to ask any questions.
Okay. They still have a drainage issue, or they
Or detail.
need more details on the drainage.
It's there, it's not.
And
I don't know where the existing goes into the sewer, it could be an issue. Could need more drainage.
does it go into the sewer? Can't go into the sanitary sewer because that's illegal.
Correct. From what I can see, there was a couple of roof leaders that come down the back of the house. They appear to there's two that go in the ground, and I believe there's two that drop onto the ground. And it doesn't appear to be that there were ever a connection in the ground for them. So we requested Hudson Engineering to do a review of that, and we are awaiting that.
We'll need to know that. And I got a note here, view preservation. I didn't hear anybody mention anything about, I didn't hear you mention about view preservation.
They think they did that earlier.
They did that earlier.
We discussed that, I think, last month or the month before.
Did that
Okay,
before you sent them to ZBA,
Yeah.
Caesar.
and our landscape architect requested hand digging around the roots to protect the roots. And she indicated that she didn't see that it was covered unless you covered it after she reviewed it.
No, I think, as I mentioned, I think it was on the site plan drawing, and it didn't get on the landscaping for some reason, but it showed up on the site plan drawing.
Right, where it didn't show up, please make it show up.
Okay.
And is all the lighting dark sky compliant?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Submitted all light fixtures.
And
We have seen drainage, right?
drainage is a big issue.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Lori?
Okay.
Dan?
I have none.
Mike?
David, could you just show what was eliminated at the request of ZBA?
Certainly. Okay. So up in this area, actually over here in the corner, we had a garden shed, the round garden shed. It actually encroached into the Bertha Place setback, which is considered a front yard setback. So that was eliminated. Back over in this location, there was a freestanding pool equipment shed that we eliminated. And we are now proposing the pool equipment to be under the elevated raised terrace area. It just seems, it's going to be excavated anyway. We have to waterproof the foundation wall. So that'll be excavated, and we'll have the pool equipment room under the patio at that point. We removed a large amount of hardscape in the back. And have gone with, gravel walkways, things like that to keep it pervious. What else? I believe that was really it.
Okay. Thanks. You first.
No, I was just noticing
No,
that.
in reference to, can you go over the deer fence change at the ZBA?
Okay, sure.
Is that the neighbor issue?
Yeah. Just so the board can understand it, see that it's been resolved.
Sure. Give me
Or
one
the site
second.
plan.
Yeah, give me 1 second to find that drawing.
The reason you didn't get a resolution from us the first time around because of the extensive variances, and we wanted to make sure the ZBA did what they did, which is reduce the size of the project. Coming back to us now.
Okay.
Location.
It's location, the location
is a deer
detail.
fence.
That's actually what I'm
Site
trying to
plan.
find.
Was your site plan notice that it was on? And you had 3 ballooned notes. To explain it's 7 to 12 feet from the property line now, that are on the property line.
Okay, hang on 1 sec. I am having a problem with my mouse.
Right there. Zoom into that one. No, go back up. That one. That, you had it.
Right, that one.
Yeah, and just zoom into those notes and explain to them what you did there. Or just show them what you did there.
Right. So along the southerly property line, new property line fence to run approximately through center line of existing trees. Distance from property line varies 7-foot to 12-foot setback from property line fence to be metal mesh deer fence as required through thicket of existing spruce trees, protect root systems. Metal mesh deer fence to run only where it is not visible through existing mature evergreen trees.
And can you just run your cursor where it was originally? On the property line?
Right here. So the
Right
property
there.
line is right here.
And you moved it to there.
Is right here.
How many feet is that?
7 to 12 feet.
But under the code, deer fence can be anywhere.
Yeah, no,
I
that was
know,
to accommodate.
I know, but I'm just letting the planning board know, there's no setback
So then-
requirement.
So then what's the neighbor's issue if he moved it?
An accommodation. I just Caesar wanted to understand it.
Mark, they still think it's too close.
Even though it's
It's
7
not.
feet in on his property?
Right, but, and it's also not,
It could be on the property line.
yeah,
So there was an accommodation. Caesar wanted to understand the accommodation.
yeah, but Mike, yes, you're right, it could be anywhere.
Does the fence under our code, the deer fence require somebody to approve it?
ARB.
The ARB, and there's,
This didn't go to the ARB yet.
no, and there's very specific things for the ARB to look like, you know, it can't be over a certain height. If it's in a required yard, the ARB may require that it be screened by vegetation to conceal the fence and or diminish its mass. So there's a lot of, and it talks about the fence material. There's a lot of stuff that the ARB can review. But the location can be anywhere.
Then review it. Okay. Mike Lafu? You do have any?
No, yeah.
Ed, anything else?
That's it.
Sarah?
There's an end to speak and there are no comments in the chat.
Anybody in person here? Okay, you need to come back to cover the drainage. And is that all?
Right.
Yeah, that's an important issue. So we'll see you next month.
Okay.
And as far as the fences go, you still need to get that from the ARB, but that's the details of that I'm not familiar with, and let the ARB deal.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, good. Next is number 1034 Station Road.
Good evening, everyone. This is Douglas McClure. I'm the architect for Jose Morera and Catherine Rinaldi at 34 Station Road. Sorry, I'm on the train and it's been a difficult day.
You coming from the Yankee game?
No, I wish. So I'm back in front of you. I don't know if you want me to share the drawings, I can. Essentially, at the last meeting, you required we do some drainage. So we had Hudson Engineering put together some drainage drawings, which we submitted to you. And then we revised our coverage calculations to include the shed. And resubmitted that. We have received Pon's comments. And there's some changes to the verbiage on the coverage calculations, which we can make. But I think and you also want us to get a permit from the DPW for the retaining walls in the village setback,
Not much.
which we submitted. So hopefully you have everything you need, and then you can be referred to the ZBA so we can get our variances and move forward with this interior renovation.
And I think there was a shed issue, there was a patio, all these,
They're all listed for variances.
yeah, so, and they're all ready, the numbers are correct.
He's ready to go to ZBA.
So he's ready to go to ZBA, and then, but he has to come back to us because one of the things he didn't do was view preservation. Okay. I think you need to go to the ZBA, and when's the deadline for filing? Monday. And then come back to us and have you didn't cover the comment from Ed, from Doug on view preservation. So just demonstrate your view preservation issues are not an issue and come back to us.
Okay.
That was asked in Doug's, there's two Dougs here, so I'll say, that was in Hans memo.
Okay, I'm a little confused since it's fine. I can come back for view preservation.
Okay. Sarah, any comment?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak, and there were no comments in the chat.
Anybody here commenting?
No, but do you want to ask a question about the view preservation, or you'll go see?
Well, there's been, I know this is being considered a proposed change, but it's been no change since the 80s. So there's no change to the view. So it's very.
Well, it's silent in the application. We have an obligation to have it addressed. And if it's addressed in the simple sentence you just said, that's fine.
Okay.
Mike. Okay. Ed mentioned that the deadline is when?
Monday.
ZBA deadline is Monday, Doug.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Safe home. Number 11, no, 91 Riverview Road.
Well, good evening to the board members, Mr. Chairman, good evening staff, professional staff, and consultants. My name is Mark Blanchard from the Blanchard Law Group, here representing the owner of 91 Riverview Road. What we're asking for tonight is to be afforded the opportunity to submit the revised plans to the engineer we're asking, I'm out of order. We're asking you to permit us be referred to the zoning board. We know based on Hans' last memo from May 2nd, I received yesterday, we know that we all recognize we need the variance related to the shed, we need a variance related to coverage, potentially, and we need a variance related to the fourth garage bay we are asking for. Since our last meeting, I have undertaken an action for adverse possession. We have gone past the time for it. I have found out through the research into that action, the Scarsdale Heights Corporation was the former owner of the disputed strip. I have a title report, a title opinion stating that they were the last deed in ownership. It was never transferred to anyone else around us. They are now an extinct corporation. The time for them to appear has come and gone. I'm waiting for the judge to act. So what we're asking for is the referral to zoning. We would submit our revised plan to the building inspector showing our numbers on lot coverage. Of course, the garage bays exist. There's no dispute there. So we want to show the garage bay variance. We want to show a potential lot coverage variance, and we want to show the potential shed variance. So the comments really from the last memo from Hans, out of 7, 4 of them one of them was to the attorney relating to the adverse possession. One of them was back to this board for any written submissions. One of them is just a drain detail, and the remaining relate to variances. So the application's kind of stuck until we can get ourselves to the zoning board, and that's what we're here asking you for tonight.
Well, I'm gonna re-poll the board, because I know I polled them the last time. In whether or not the board felt as a whole that request for 4 garage bays, when the zoning limits the number of garage bays to 2. And 4 is something that, as we discussed at the last meeting, our opinion was not harmonious with it does not fit in harmoniously with the area. Not only the area, but the village, because there's only one other property that I know of that has 4 garages, and that was in 1985, when 3 of those 4 were a freestanding building that didn't require approval. There was no zoning in 1985 regarding, in fact, in 1985, that building didn't even have to come to the zoning board in that time. So with that exception, I just don't, I'll ask the board, but I'm
not interrupting you.
I just don't see in the accepting a 4-bay garage. Let me poll the board to see if anybody has changed their mind.
Wait,
Can I make a comment before you poll the board?
Sure.
I'm Mitch Adler. I'm the owner of the property. It has since come to my attention that I have a description of another house on Riverview Road describing it as having a 4-car garage. And I've also discovered another house that has a 4-car garage. I can provide pictures of that. Not tonight, but I can get.
Okay.
I think that, but that, I'd like to say something to you before
In the microphone, please, because the transcript.
I'd like to say something to you before the board is polled. We have the right to develop an application. We are surrounded by 3-car garages. There is evidence within our neighborhood of a 5-car garage. We have multiple letters from neighbors surrounding this property in support of this application. We have the right to seek a variance. This board does not have the authority to preclude us from going to the zoning board.
He's not.
So,
I'm not.
but that's
I'm
what,
just telling
I'd
you my
like,
opinion.
you don't like to be interrupted, and I don't like to be interrupted either.
That's okay.
So I'd like to finish my sentence, okay? Because that's what I'm hearing right now, is that we are being precluded from our opportunity to go to the zoning board. You have already expressed, Mr. Chairman, on the record, your opinion that you are twice in 30 years are going to add or send a negative referral to the ZBA. That's great. We'll deal with that when we get to the ZBA. But all we're asking for is the opportunity to develop the balancing test, use the support from our neighbors to show the existing 3-car garages that are around us, the 5-car garages that are around us, the newly discovered 2 4-car garages around us, and have our day in front of the zoning board. That's what we're asking.
Are you done?
I am finished. Thank you very much.
Right. You're correct. I drove around there extensively and I did see at least 6 3-car garages. Fortunately, maybe I likely missed what you saw, but I didn't see that. In addition, the code says 2-car garage. I know it's unusual for Irvington to have code regarding to garages, but it exists.
In that one zone, yes.
And Mary Ann?
No, I just wanted to say, Mark, I think you misunderstood what the board was doing. The chair, they have every intention of sending this to the ZBA. What he's polling the board about is they often make recommendations to the ZBA. And he was just polling them for the recommendation. I think the intention was to send it to the ZBA.
Can't stop
So-
you.
Right, so
We weren't
so
precluding you.
that's why we were.
If I owe the
interrupting.
board an apology, I profusely apologize. I'm not above apologizing.
I'm not
If I
asking you to
misunderstood you, I
I'm
apologize.
just explaining. So
No, but
why don't you
I can
comment
take it
about
for what it is. I'm not trying to be controversial. However, we are stuck. And we undertook the adverse possession. We are in a place where we believe very strongly that will come out in our favor. We think the appropriateness of the referral is at hand.
Right, you know, as the great Yogi Berra said, it's not over till it's over, so.
No, we understand the position we're in.
Can I make one more comment?
But just
before you poll
announce
me?
who you are.
Yes, Mitch Adler, owner of the property. I've sat here all night listening to all the other applications. I appreciate the comment that someone made about your wanting to allow owners of private property to use that property to their benefit. All the other discussions have been about the significant adverse effects on the neighbors. What I'm proposing to do will have absolutely no negative impact on my neighbors or the neighborhood or how my house appears or the nature or character of the neighborhood. And I don't really understand why I'm getting such opposition. Yes, it's not a two-car garage. That's why we need a variance. And I think that to have the proper test done to determine whether or not I deserve a variance is reasonable.
And you're entitled to get that reasonable determination from the ZBA. We're entitled for our opinion. You got more?
I mean, just to answer that, the reason why we weigh these things so heavily is because it sets precedents. And while it doesn't, I don't disagree that, you know, it doesn't have adverse effect on your neighbors who have written letters in your favor, and we recognize that. But in another area or neighborhood in this village, someone will then say, well, you passed this 4-car garage on the street 2 years ago, and I'm just asking for the same. So that's why this becomes a difficult situation for the board.
I understand that completely. But let's also consider the view from the Zoning Board of Appeals. The Zoning Board of Appeals, this is a little bit of a legal fiction in my opinion. The Zoning Board of Appeals is not supposed to take that precedent into account. Every Zoning Board of Appeals does. But it also is, I also understand what you're saying about another person in another neighborhood coming forward. But remember, the balancing test for whether or not you're impacting the neighborhood or changing the character of the neighborhood isn't for the village. It's for your neighborhood, right? So the argument with what you're talking about, so that this board that concern can be assuaged slightly, I guess, is that we are trying to fit in to where there's 3 and 5 and 4-car garages around us, just in a few block radius. So I don't know that someone in another part of the village is going to be able to throw, let's assume for a second that this was approved. I don't know that someone in another part of the village is going to be able to use 91 Riverview to get a 4-car garage, you know, on the Tarrytown border, on the Dobbs Ferry border. I don't, but it is what it is. It's all argument. Of course, they will try, but I think the board has a strong argument in retort. But in this instance, we want to get to the zoning board to show we're not changing the character of the neighborhood. There are lots of examples of similar uses around us.
Dan?
Yeah, I did see that you got, most of your neighbors did send supporting statements in reference to a 4-car, 4-bay garage. But again, I'm sort of worried about the overall village itself, where the 4-car garage becomes the norm, or everybody wants it.
It's just this one zone, by the way.
Just one
zone has this last sentence in this, that
Yeah,
provision.
I mean, you're
Two cars shall not be, more than 2 cars shall not be bayed, or so. I should have looked at it.
Each zone has a restriction.
Okay.
No, and you do obviously have the right to go to ZBA.
That's it. You know, I don't have a problem with 3. Obviously, there's plenty of 3s around. I mean, the trustees came up with a number of 2 garages for a reason, and for the planning board to thumb their nose at 2 level when you want 4, I just don't agree with that. But that's what the zoning board is there for, to decide those things, whether or not they would, you know, exceed what the trustees are by double instead of just 1. I don't know if they would do that. I'm of the opinion that maybe that's a little assuming too much authority beyond what the trustees decided. And you're right, this doesn't face, the 4 bays don't face the road, they're perpendicular to the road. But it is 4 and not 2.
I wish it was 3. But I understand what you're saying, but also like when you talk about the trustees and proper planning and things of that nature, what strikes me as maybe a little bit of an anomaly in the code is there's no restriction on how many cars I could line up in the driveway. You know, so from a visual aspect, we're actually trying to get, you know, kind of tuck things away nicely, but there's no restriction on open air parking, which is a little strange.
Well, actually there is. If parking area for parking is a coverage issue, and you get into a coverage variance.
Mike?
Mike,
So
Mike Smith.
So my understanding is you want to go piecemeal to the ZBA. You want to go to the ZBA now on the four-car garage, separately go to them on the variance for the shed.
We want to be able to present, because we have the adverse possession action pending. That's going to take maybe 18 months. Who knows when the judge is going to decide that
That's
action?
right.
I want to be able to get it. I'm going to ask the zoning board for a conditional approval.
Oh.
We have a variance, number one, of a final approval on the four-car garage. I don't want to do anything piecemeal. I want the zoning board to give me approval for the four-car garage. That's number one.
Well,
Then-
the adverse possession action doesn't affect that. Right, so,
Because there's also a coverage issue. If I can show the adversely possessed rectangular corridor as an addition to my square footage, I'm asking the zoning board to opine upon that issue. That coverage variance would go away.
but that application to the zoning board has to await your adverse possession judgment.
Not necessarily. I'm going to ask them to opine. We're asking them to, it happens all the time. You can ask them to opine in the alternative. It's a conditional approval.
So you're not gonna wait to get I'm assuming because they've defaulted in answering, you're gonna apply for a default judgment?
Yes, that's already underway, but the judge, there is a 62-day requirement for a judge to issue a decision, and I don't
We
know
know
that
it'll be longer than
that. Right. So look, it could be expedited. But you never know. And I'm not criticizing
So
the
here's
judge.
my thought on the four-car garage.
So the reason why we want to proceed in this manner, that has happened before, but it's not a typical process, is that the alternative is to wait for the judge in Westchester County. And that could be tomorrow, it could be next year. That's why we're asking to proceed. We understand how it would affect, like, let's say, for example, the variances are granted. We would come back here with conditional variances. Like, it does affect things, but it's still better than waiting.
So on the four-car garage, so you're asking us, I don't even know if you're asking us for our view on it, because until now, I've never heard that there were 5-car garages in your neighborhood. Okay, so one. So normally what I would like to know is how did that get created? When was that built? Was it approved by somebody? Is it there illegally? I just don't know. So Mr. Adler has said that there's the existence of a 5-car garage so as to impact what I think about it, but I don't know enough about it because it's the first time I'm hearing it. All I know is that throughout the village, I see 3-car garages. So if it's important enough to you to show us that there is a 5-car garage and that it's there legally, then you'll choose to do it.
It was referenced in my first submission.
Well, I don't know about whether reference, but I don't know whether it was simply a reference or whether there was an effort to actually document it to show us that it's there legally.
Look, I'm
I
happy
just
to
don't
do
know.
that, but it's
No,
not.
what I mean is, if
zoning
Mr.
board.
Adler wants to show us something else to justify the 4-car garage, then you can. If not, then I'll make my judgment based upon what I know now.
That's fine, but understanding that test, the balancing test, the area variance balancing test for a variation from that section of the code comes from the zoning board first. Then it comes back to you, as your chairman has pointed out, you also have a neighborhood character jurisdictional extension here in this board. But it's more appropriate, I referenced it in the first submission. You are referring us over to the zoning board. They're going to get the full packet for that submission, for their contemplation, and then we would come back to you.
I understand that. I'm just saying to you that I'll make my judgment now based upon what I know now, as opposed to some other additional information that Mr. Adler might want to bring to our attention.
I'm confused as to what judgment it is that you feel I have provided
asked to
sufficient
poll.
information.
I'm being asked whether or not to send you to the ZBA with a negative recommendation.
I'm
So that's
asking you
my,
to send a negative. I'm asking you to get referred to the zoning board. This would be your second time in 30 years that you've sent a negative referral in a
That's what I-
neighborhood
that's what-
surrounded
that's
Not
what
the
we-
second time in 30 years.
that's what we're,
by chairman.
I don't know about 30, but
No, because I've been representing you 18 years and there've been more than,
in terms of my,
you haven't been on 30 years.
I haven't been on 30.
This was a comment made on the record at
I
the
know,
first
I
meeting.
know.
So if that's
It's not.
inaccurate, then it's what I received from the board. Thank you.
I agree with the rest of the board's opinions. Have anything really new to add?
Caesar, I have a question. I'm not about the 4-car garage thing, but I'm confused about the coverage and setback variance. Are you gonna ask them for a variance that would permit enough of a coverage variance that would permit the garage to be built, even though you don't have the strip by adverse possession?
I don't believe that we need a coverage issue, a coverage variance for the garage. The coverage was invoked because of the shed.
Okay,
So
and I
that-
thought you said there might be a coverage issue with the garage.
So as the lot exists today, coverage variance.
Even-
If they add adverse possession lot, they don't need a coverage variance.
No, that part's
Okay,
easy.
right.
It's just-
But it's more complicated is the shed. Right now, the ramp is in the rear yard setback. If you take the adverse possession, the ramp
That's
is
okay.
probably not in the setback, but the shed is in the rear yard setback. I don't know I don't even know how to write a denial letter.
Yeah.
Well, I think it would be based on how we approach it. I mean, we want the opportunity to approach you in terms of going to the zoning board with laying out what we believe. Mr. Barbuti is the architect. He would redo the variance compliance chart, and then we would lay it out for you.
But which compliance chart is he going to submit?
Right, we're doing an alternative.
You'll do two as
Yes.
it exists now and as it would exist with the, with.
I
the
believe there's only gonna be
adverse-
one, yes, I believe there's only gonna be one
That
variance.
was my
The
question.
question of the shed might be removed for the purposes of the application. But that's what
If
we
it's on the
want.
survey, let me finish, please. If it's on the survey, it's being referenced. If it's on the site plan, it's being referenced.
Yeah, I understand that.
So two alternatives. One, assuming we get adverse possession, so we have the coverage.
Right.
We have the shed and all that comes into play. The other is we get denied adverse possession and we remove the shed and we don't have that extra area for the coverage. Those are the two alternatives.
It's more complicated than that. You have the ramp, you have the shed.
No, the shed and the ramp come down if we don't get the adverse possession.
You're gonna have to make two separate submissions, and I'll give you
Yes.
two separate denial letters.
Yes,
Everything on that site plan will be there.
yes.
And I would prefer that it come here one more time for them to review and understand what I'm doing. It's up to them, not me, to say that. Give you another chance for you to maybe provide a site plan, which you're gonna need a area plan, Google Maps or something, and identify where the 5-car, 3 cars, and the 4 cars are for this board. I would prefer that.
Okay. With it.
Okay.
Okay, well, the purpose of this meeting then I think has shifted. We've clarified what our next submission would be. We'll come back to this board. I think that's what I'm hearing. I'm not telling you.
It's his idea.
That's why I'm just
That's why I
trying
use the word
to,
prefer.
before the words left my mouth, I'm trying to get them back.
The 4-car garage isn't gonna change. The only thing is the coverage.
Yeah, but the
No, Mike
the
is
zoning
in-
board should know what's going on the property before they make that decision.
But also the recommendation could change. If I was hearing Mike Smith correctly, Mike was saying, well, maybe I changed my mind about the recommendation if I see a legal 5-car garage.
Okay.
Am I right, Mike?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, so it could change.
Good change. Then come back here.
Okay, we'll come back here. All right. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And, Oh, for clarification, I've only been chairman for 8 years. I reference to my experiences those 8 years.
I'll never say that again.
It's been the longest
Well,
8 years I know of.
If I said 30 years, I might have said I lived in Irvington for 40 years.
Almost 11.
Well, look, we appreciate it. And I don't want to ruin anything, but if there are any Knicks fans on the board,
They won.
you're in for a nice surprise.
Oh, wow. I thought they won their one game already.
No. They were up 2-0. They've left, they took 2 in Boston.
Where's Tate? He's the one from vacation.
It's late.
And I was late, I'm sorry. All right, thank you very much. We'll see you next month.
The Yankees won, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You just want to go home. All right,
Yeah.
number 12, 15 Henrik Lane South.
I didn't say that. That's not Mr. Lutheran.
Anybody coming up, Sarah?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay. This is Jay Luthra. I'm the owner of 15 Hendricks South. There is just, we had a sunroom project that's has been constructed, but there was a slight revision in the way the deck was laid out. So that's the reason we are back here. I'm just trying to see if I can open the drawings to show it to you. Share screen. Can you guys see the screen?
No, we don't see any drawings.
Share screen. Where is it going into open system settings?
Sarah, are you able to share anything on his behalf?
Give me 1 second. I'm just working on it.
If you're having trouble, we may not need the site plan, or just go through some of the things we have a concern with, okay?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
From my understanding, the shed and water fixture were supposed to come down and removed, and they're not. Is that correct? Just
Right. So
that-
that is not the issue from our side. We are going to remove the shed. The only change that we have is that in the back of the house, if you can see on the drawing, I'm not able to put it up on the screen.
Right, but the
We
issue
had
is
a
that
part deck and a stone patio. So what we did material that we moved. I'm sorry, go ahead.
the issue is that you went to the ZBA and they approved numbers for coverage. And right now, you're exceeding what the ZBA approved. And the deck is
No,
bigger than
that's
what was.
what I'm showing the plan. It's reducing the coverage by 66 square feet. What we did, by covering the stone patio and readjusting the steps and all, we reduced the coverage by 66 square feet. That's in the calculations on the drawings that were submitted.
Well, since we can't see
So the only thing that
drawings-
we asked,
Oh,
I'm sorry,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
ask the engineer if they have some recollection of what you're talking about.
Did he say he's reducing the coverage?
Yeah, if you see the new drawings that I submitted last week, the architect,
Showed, I thought it was an increase of 66.
no,
We have-
no, you're reading it the other way around. The original drawings had here, I'll give you the numbers.
Are you reducing it by reducing other coverages besides the small portion of deck? Because that's not 66 feet of deck being, patio being. Where's the 66 square feet that you're removing?
That's when we the deck in the back, by covering the stone patio and removing some part of the existing deck that was there in the original plans. So the initial coverage was 4968 square feet, and we dropped it down to 4922, so which is about 46 square feet.
Where
not
is the
66, but
6
46.
foot by 10 foot area of deck being removed? It appears like you're removing 1 foot for maybe 10 feet, and you're adding a little bit more down by the steps.
No, it's 46 square feet. I mean, this is what the architect calculated based on the way the new wooden deck was laid out on the stone patio.
You're gonna have the architect come sit down with Doug and I, because that's not what we see on the plan. We need to understand why hasn't the shed and some of the water feature been removed?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because if we reduce by 46 square feet, then we don't need to take the water feature down. We'll still remove the shed. Because what was approved was we had to take down. Can I finish?
You're gonna have to highlight those changes, because that's not what we saw on your submission.
What do you mean? What do you saw in the submission?
Have your
What was
architect.
told to us, let me finish. What was told to us, what we have to reduce the water feature by 32 square feet, and we have to remove the shed. So removing the shed is not the question here. We are going to remove the shed. The only thing is, since we are reducing the coverage by 46 square feet, I'm trying to use that against, removing the water feature. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The shed is not the question here.
So I'll repeat myself. It is unclear as to what 66 square feet you're reducing.
46, I'm
patio.
sorry, 46 square feet, not 66.
46 square feet.
It's there on the calculations on the drawings that were submitted.
It's not identified on the plan. One of the requirements and on the checklist that you checked is you're going to give us a detail showing us the coverage change. Didn't submit that. We'll need to sit down with your licensed professional to understand the difference before we can send you back to the ZBA.
Why does he have to go to the ZBA?
Have to go back?
He has to go back to the ZBA because he's changing what they told him to do.
Oh.
I can't just let it go.
No, all we did was cover the stone patio in the back with the wooden decking. What changed here? I don't know.
Have your licensed professional give us a call.
No, I'm the licensed professional. Just talk to me. I'm telling you what it is.
You're gonna have to sit down with us.
No, I think you're wasting everybody's time then. Forget it.
Okay.
Good night. Yeah.
All right, good night. Moving right along. That was number 12. Number 13, lucky 13. Number 2, L. Rotero. Am I saying that right? Anybody know?
Yes, correct.
Anybody here for that? Sarah?
Got people.
Is that the last one?
Hello,
Hi, we can hear you.
I'm John Conti. I'm the site civil engineer, and Matt Cordone's also here as the architect.
I want to compliment you on your patience waiting until 11 o'clock.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to compliment you on your patience for
Go ahead.
Okay, John,
Did both of you identify yourselves?
So we are currently working.
Did both of you identify
John
yourselves?
did, I think.
I think only one of you did.
My name is Matthew Cordone. I'm the architect of record for this project.
And I'm John Conti. I'm the civil engineer.
So we were charged by the client to make a modification to the existing structure. There used to be a rather large and sprawling guest house with an interior pool towards the rear, the northeast corner of the property. That was an existing non-conforming structure. It passed the setbacks, and we have decided that we wanted to put a better solution together, which would actually tighten the building together, take that guest house and move it closer to the main house. And you can see right on the blue is the proposed design. The red is on the left-hand side of the drawing is the existing condition. So our goal and design intent was to solidify the home, centralize it on a center swimming pool, remove the oversized guest house in the back, remove the car drive that runs around the property that used to get to the guest house and to the parking area back there. Turn that back into all permeable surfaces with walk paths and grass and vegetation. We are also proposing a sport court in the back area that does sit within the confines of the setback. But most importantly, our concern about this existing condition is the sprawling nature of the property and how much solid surface was put onto this land. So we are overbuilt, we know that, and our design was to reduce the amount of nonconformity on the property. We've come down about 18% from where it originally was, and I'll have John crunch some numbers out to you guys a little bit because he's the engineer of this partnership. But again, the goal was to consolidate the building, to not have such a sprawling built space, which should help with view corridor and help with water management on the property, and just make a more habitable place for the owners. I know it's late, so I'm going to keep this presentation relatively short, and I'd like to just ask you all for any questions at this time, and hopefully I can kind of fill it in, and John can help with some of the technical issues.
Yeah, you hit on one of the points that the drainage needs to be addressed. Ed can fill you in on that. There's an existing drainage issue, and
But
you got new drainage
the
coming
new
up.
drainage needs to, we have a few comments on that, where it discharges. The existing drainage is non-existent on the back building. So that'll be a benefit. I think we need to like just button down the coverages. Doug has a whole bunch of comments on
Coverage needs work, and
that we can sit down with.
And lighting, I assume you know we have dark sky compliant lighting necessary. I don't know.
Yes.
If the sport court is going to be lit for the night, it needs to be dark sky compliant.
Yes, no, we do intend to have dark sky compliance. We also did receive the letter from Han Engineering yesterday, and we were happy and confident that some of the points that he has raised as concerns, we have a fairly good beat on, and some we believe we addressed already. But we will be going back and circling back with that report and replying to him.
They're the kind of details that I'm sure you're capable of taking care of. You're aware the aqueduct runs to the east.
It's on this side, yes.
And there is an aqueduct buffer, and we think that walkway may be in it. If you could put the aqueduct buffer line on your site plan, and then we would be able to see if anything is an issue. We generally frown upon intrusions into the road and aqueduct buffer zone. What is it, Mary? 50 feet?
30.
Oh, 30. It's a 30-foot buffer.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, we'll certainly identify that, and if there are any issues, we'll certainly address it.
Yeah, you should.
We're looking close.
You should
Yeah.
seriously consider moving everything that might be in the buffer zone out of the zone.
Yeah.
You mentioned there might be a dumpster or there might be a generator. Why don't you put them in? Because if you don't put them in and you decide later, then you have to come back to us. And that would be silly to have to come back for a generator or pad. think I noticed on the plan that it was some terminology of maybe.
I don't know if there was a maybe. I apologize if there was. Definitely, there's a proposed generator up here.
Okay. And maybe it was with the dumpster, possible dumpster pad. Anyway, put the things there so you don't have to come back later. And there's a whole thing you probably you saw in there, they got Suzanne's comments about tree roots, and I'm sure you'll take care of the tree roots. And we had a similar project like this, and rather protecting individual trees, if there's a clump of trees, you're better off protecting the clump of trees instead of each tree individually. You find that works better. And you have thermal wells there?
No geothermal wells, no.
Do you identify where the existing ones are and how you're going to abandon them?
If there were on the site, I wasn't aware that there were, so yes, we can look into that.
There are.
Okay.
And you got a lot of work here. We'd like to see, you heard this before. Probably going to have a construction shanty, and you really can't. You have to have a spot. I drove down the road, and there's no place to put any cars except on your property. So if you could identify where the trailer might be and parking and equipment, other than the road, because you just, as you probably know, you can't put it on the road.
Yeah, on this plan, we did identify a location for that type of thing. I think there were some comments back about not parking in between trees, so we can massage that location, but we did have some of those details on our SNE control plan.
You need to pay attention to the trees. You need some detail about the species and replacements and things like that. And if you have trouble, Suzanne Nolan is accessible to discuss it if you don't understand what she wrote. Okay.
Okay.
And the pool fence was worked on?
They need some work on the pool fence. Our code is 5 feet, and we have a few other things.
It's all in Doug, it's all in the.
It's all on Doug's memo.
The pool equipment?
Yes,
Bunch of cool stuff.
Bunch of cool stuff.
All right, Lori?
So how, once you take that guest house down and then the port and the other proposed new things, how are you gonna be on your coverage?
We're going to be less than existing, but still over what's allowable. Significantly less than existing.
So you're gonna need to get a variance.
Yes.
Okay, that's it.
We intend to get the numbers in shape first. And you work with Ed so that if we have some issues with the coverage now, that some things might not have been included.
Plus the path might be moved. That might change some
It's
numbers.
mentioned, so make sure you have the square footage on each item.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. So I did try to represent here shaded what I counted and what I didn't count under existing and proposed conditions. And of course, we have the this
good.
worksheet that I filled out as well.
That's good, but just identify, the path is this square footage, the courtyard is this square. On the
Okay,
drawing,
yeah, you're saying you want these numbers superimposed onto this drawing.
Essentially, yeah.
Or a color chart.
Why don't you show them what John's
I mean, they basically have it.
They're almost
It's
there.
just,
Just
you
put
know,
the amounts
Yeah.
on.
I understand the intent. Yeah.
Yeah,
I have no comments.
Mike Smith,
Nothing further.
Mike Bafuco.
Nothing for me.
Sarah, you got anything on Zoom?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak and there are no comments in the chat.
And almost guaranteed there is someone in the audience that wants to speak, since he patiently waited all night.
Thank you. Michael Feinstein, 70 Station Road.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
I received notification, being a property adjacent to it. I do have a concern about the sports court. I believe from looking at your diagram, it's a pickleball court. Is that correct?
It's a proposed sports court. I'm not sure that the client had said pickleball in particular. He said, court.
It's the structure of a pickleball court. I play pickleball. I do like pickleball and I enjoy it. However, it's a significant problem with regard to environmental noises. In fact, I picked up an article, it's online, you could easily get it if you want to, from an engineer who works in this area, a professional engineer, who lists, for example, the dBA of a normal residential, quiet residential area like ours is 40 dBA. If you have a pickleball court that's 100 feet away, you're at a level of 70 dBA, which translates to it being 8 times as loud as a normal residential calm situation. So what I do request is that you take a careful look at that to determine how to mitigate the sounds associated with a pickleball court.
We'll be sure to look into that. Absolutely.
I could share these these are just 2 line-on documents. I could leave them with Caesar if that's appropriate. Sarah.
Sarah. If you give them to Sarah, she distributes them to everyone
Okay,
in the process.
I'll give it to Sarah.
If we'll look into it and we'll address any sound attenuation issues that would need to be required.
How far is your house from the court, would you estimate?
Mine is not within 100 feet, but I'm a neighbor.
Okay.
They're literally 50, 60 feet.
Right. Okay.
Away.
Thank you.
Yep.
So, I mean, I'm aware of, there's a large issue of building pickleball courts in general in residential areas.
Absolutely. In fact, you may want to consider, I don't know, this is the first one that's hit in a residential area, but you may want to consider it as a standard for when a pickleball court is being built in a residential area.
So I'm not aware of any ability to reduce sound other than if there's a fence around it and you put up some other sort of.
You don't want to take a step forward. There's a whole list of things that you might not be aware of.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure, shrubs, trees, evergreens.
When you're speaking, you need to speak on.
Sure.
Soil transfer.
I mean, things, it could be first, I mean, obvious ones are there could be a structure built around it. Trees don't seem to do that much really, but part of it has to do with the material of the court itself, the kind of paddle you use. In fact, if you go to certain communities, there are regulations on the certain, let's call it reduced noise paddles that are allowed. So probably half a dozen different kinds of things that when you see this notice, you'll get a better sense. It hasn't been an issue here, but if you went to communities who have pickleball courts, you get an earful. So I just want to make you aware of that.
I have read about some of those communities where the tennis complex turned into some pickleball because you have to repaint the lines.
Exactly.
And it became very controversial.
Yeah.
But then again, on the other hand, if this were a tennis court and they just repainted the lines, we wouldn't be approving a pickleball court. We'd be approving a tennis court.
But then you would have complaints from neighbors.
Not me. It's an issue. So
It's good that-
they're going to look at it.
It's good that you're pointing it out to us,
Yeah.
and there's a reason I play golf.
We'll certainly look. We'll certainly drill down and come up with a
Maybe
solution.
something new for the village to look at.
Don and I can be writing some local code.
Actually, I should compliment the village. The village one is excellent, and it's not near any residential location.
What's that?
The pickleball court that was built.
Oh, right, yeah.
So I thought you said having the village look at it. I thought
No, I
maybe-
meant at the code.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, anything else? Yeah.
No, that's it.
All right.
Thank you.
Anything from the, you're welcome. Anything from the applicant? You got your homework?
Yes, just one question. Would it be okay for us to move forward with getting our zoning Board of Appeals package together while we come back to see you?
I'm not sure if you meant you're going to submit to the ZBA or, because your numbers aren't correct, and we like, if one is going to the ZBA, we like to have the ZBA have accurate numbers.
Okay, so we'll go back to you first and work with Ed
Yes.
and get the numbers.
Get
right.
it to me before the deadline to take a look at it. Get me the coverage breakdown a couple days, a week before the deadline if possible, for the planning, so I can look at it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and anything in the aqueduct buffer requires a variance. And if you go to the ZBA and you correct your coverage, I would recommend not having to ask for a aqueduct buffer variance.
And when you say anything in the buffer, just mean like that walkway, that mulch
The
walkway. we have
walkway
there?
would be in the buffer, yes.
Okay, even if it's just mulch.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay? Anything else?
Thank you.
Okay, we'll see you. By the way, this appears to be a very worthwhile project. This needs to be tuned up, numbers, and staying away from addressing the noise and the being careful with the broken aqueduct buffer.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you saying that.
Okay.
All right, everyone, have a great night.